Alright, let's give this a try. It's hot, it's cold, it's hot, and then it's cold, and then it's hot, and then it's cold. Hold on. Jesus Christ. Man. Everything's DMCA bullshit, dude. Alright. This is okay. I hope this is okay. Alright. I don't know, dude. Bom. Let's see here. I think I would like to draw on grays now. This is lighter. It's a little bit better. Alright, let's see. What am I going to draw today? I have white facial hair. Oh man, I'm so goddamn old, dude. So sad. Will the webcam run out of battery? I don't know, man. I don't know. I don't know how to do any of this shit. Man, the stylus is so goddamn weird to draw with. I think drawing on gray is better for the eyes. God damn it, always the same goddamn problems, dude. Why do I make the same mistake all the time, dude? Like the eyebrows, way too long, dude. Way too long. Always the same mistake. Always the same mistake. Always the same mistake. Always the same mistake. Dude, focus, focus. Jesus Christ. Focus. Done it a million times. Why do I always mess up like this? No, you gotta finish it. You gotta finish it. I didn't really mess up at all. Just tripping there. One trip. Oh, always just changing mid-drawing. What are you trying to draw? What are you trying to draw? If it's like this, right? Why can't you draw that? You drew this before, a lot. What's the best way to draw it? That makes sense. That does not make sense. Focus, focus, focus. Jesus Christ. Alright. Okay, I got it. Stupid. You gotta fucking focus, man. Oh, I'm going crazy. Can't fucking draw correctly. It's like... Why can't you draw this? You drew this before. The hand's like this. Over here. Yeah, I mean, god damn it, dude. Can't seem to understand it or something. No, you drew it too small. Jesus Christ. This is crazy. If it's not this, it's that. If it's not that, it's this. Just messing up left and right. Making it too thick. Making it too whatever. Huh? Just non-stop. Non-stop, man. What the hell? Oh, the color. Jesus. It's crazy, dude. Why can't I get this correctly? I mean, it's the angle. That's why, dude. It's like you. So whatever. Ooh, nothing working out today. Let's get it, man. Nothing's working out today. Just like that. I mean, gotta learn from your mistake. I don't know why I just don't draw with the thinner brush. Christ, dude. What is the issue here? Like, seriously, dude. Like, you've done this so many times. It's like you do it and you forget it, and you do it and you forget it, and you do it and you forget it, and you forget the other ones, and you forget that one. It's like, Jesus Christ, dude. I don't know, man. I don't know what the hell's wrong with me, man. Yeah, why would that be shorter, you idiot? So stupid, dude. Oh my god. Kind of overthinking it. You know, you are overthinking it. Why does this look so weird, dude? The fingers are too freaking big, man. Oh my god. It's like so much easier if I draw it like this. It was the same thing though. finger size. That's messing it up. Yeah, it's the size of the fingers. Jesus Christ. Oh, oh, oh. Oh. It's like you draw it like this, it's so much easier. Is it that much easier? Oh my god, dude. What are you doing? What are you drawing, dude? I mean, if it's foreshortened this much, it should be way more thinner. Jesus Christ. Fuck it up. 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 I'm fucking it up. Should be something like this. not hard, dude. It's just fucking take a step back and breathe. You gotta breathe. No. Make a decision, dude. Fingers are not the best way to start it. So if you're gonna try it, these are the best ones. She wouldn't be shorter. Ooh. It would be longer, but not as much as you would think. Like that. bigger, like this. Significantly. Yeah, it would. Why would it be wide, you know? It's going towards your wrist. Right. And if it's gonna go down, right. See, it shouldn't be converging like that. It should be straight. Okay. Yeah, Alright, I get it. Stop forgetting how to draw stuff, dude. Draw it, then forget it, then draw it, then forget it, then draw it, and then forget it, and then draw it, and then forget it.
So listening to X Reaper Studios. If you know, you know. Enjoy the video. Make sure to like and subscribe. Comment below the vibe. Thanks, you know the time. Goodbye. Goodbye. See you next time. 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 See you next time.
See you next time.
See you next time.
What next time? It's not next time. Jesus Christ, I'm messing up today, dude. What is wrong with you, dude? Can't even pick the right things.
See you next time.
Oh, really, dude?
See you next time.
Always. What is wrong with you, dude? Make a decision. It's going this way. Like this. Jesus Christ, dude. Oh my God, man. It's like this. It's like this. Then it should be around here. Doesn't even look right. Technically, it's right. Like this. It's too long. Oh my goodness. It's too short. You gotta find holes in your game. What are you not drawing properly? What is difficult to you? What did you forget? Man, just forgetting shit every other day. It's because the mic's covering it. It looks weird. It's alright though. I don't know, man. I don't know, man. You're getting shit all the time. No. This is way too weird. This is a warm up. It's okay. This is warm up. My first drawing of the day. It's okay. Alright, let's start over. You have it like this, right? So you drew the hand first. That t-shirt slide right here. Like that. A little bit more round right here. Then go straight. Straight. Like that. Elbow should be around here. Like this. Around here. T-shirt down like this. Keep me racing, man. Keep me racing. Like this. Around. There you go. Jesus Christ. Oh my god, dude. Shouldn't be this hard, man. Thinking way too hard. This doesn't work, that doesn't work, that doesn't work, this doesn't work. Jesus Christ, man. Alright. There you go. Wasn't that hard? This is how you hack your brain. Get the fuck out of here. Hack my brain. Why did you do that? Why did you do that, you idiot? Think. I'm just a mess today. What the hell's wrong with you then? My hand today. I think I should drop my foot. Why? What is wrong with you, dude? What are you not understanding? Jesus Christ, dude. Okay, look at that. Should be like that. If you want it to get longer. Too wide. Should go here, right? But if the lens was longer, obviously it should be like this. No, it depends on the length and the size. It's going this way. Right? See? It's going. No! Should be going this way, dude. Idiot. Like this. Jesus Christ. I don't know what's wrong with me today. But I mean, to be honest, I was like this yesterday too. So. Oh man, it's just like you're not thinking, dude. You gotta think. Focus. You think about stupid shit. Focus. Jesus Christ. something like that. Alright, warm up done. No more warm up. That was your warm up. Whatever. It's like that. Should be like that. Like that, man. Alright, that's it. Oh, just the hand, dude. It's like. man, it's like there's a lot of space in between, dude. You're making the fingers way too fat.
Yeah.
5'4"? Five four? What's that even mean? Okay, so Jesus Christ, this looks like the hand looks so disgusting, dude. Let's clean it up a bit. Alright, let's clean it up. Let's see how it looks after you clean it up. Let's see if it looks better. Well, it looks better, surprisingly. I didn't think it looked this better. See this? It's because you're just gotta relax, dude. Gotta relax, man. It's too much details. Just trying too hard. Here's 10 ways you could hack your brain into being smarter. Here's 20 ways you could be the genius that you are deep inside. This stylus, man. I don't like it too much. The real reason why you are lazy it's never you. It's the society. The society is making you lazy. Jesus Christ, what's wrong with you today, though? You gotta empty your mind. Come on, stylist. All right. Think about it. Think about it.
Thanks for listening to X People Studios. If you know, you know. Enjoy the video. Make sure to like and subscribe. Comment below the vibe. Thanks, you know the time. Goodbye. Goodbye. See you next time. 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 See you next time.
See if it's like that then.
See you next time.
Improvise.
See you next time. See you next time.
Let's see what else this guy has. The artwork's really good. This will make tremendous amount of sense. Water's going that way. To be honest, this one's a little bit way too long. It should be like this. In this case. Oh my god. Oh my god, can't draw a straight line. Break it too? What? Got a baby. That's not a baby. I mean, it does kind of make sense. With her shoulders back like this. Yeah, it makes sense. Spent a little bit. So yeah, that makes sense. go again, trying something hard on purpose. Gotta find holes in your game. Holes in your game, okay? You gotta find holes in your game. Okay. Think about it. Think about it. Okay. Get this like that. Should be like this. Think about it. Think about it. Is this right? It's not what I wanted to. So, it's not what I was trying to do. It came out right, but it's not what I was trying to do. Alright. Think about it. All right, I got it. No, I did not get it. This isn't right at all. Jesus, man. It's like heels are the... Well, it's not hard, because like, it's because you don't draw. So I have no interest in heels, dude. It's like this, right? So it's like, it's gonna be the same level right here. It's gonna be like that. No. The same level right here. It starts here. It's gonna be like that. That much is correct. Oh, this is so freaking stressful, dude. Alright, think about it. Think about it. The feet's like this, right? I could draw the feet. It's not that hard. I was like, why can't you draw that? It's like you're so stupid, dude. It's not how you draw. I mean, alright. Think about it. Start over. Just start over. Start over. Alright. Yeah, think about it. Alright, that much is correct. Okay. So, what's gonna happen now? The back of the heel. Because it's gonna go down, it's gonna go down like this. That surface is not gonna show. It's gonna be almost like that. If it's that steep. You know what I'm saying? Just draw the bottom part first. It'll make sense. Like that. Always just draw the bottom part first. Then it'll make sense. Yes. Yeah, but this still doesn't make sense. Jesus Christ, dude. What's wrong with you? Start over. Middle. Over here. That makes sense. Like that. Okay. So, think about it. If he's like this, right? Alright, fuck the size. Just draw it for now. Like that. Middle one's right here. Like that. How much is it gonna show? A lot? No, not a lot. Barely. Okay. Show this much. If that's the case, it's gonna be something like that. If that's the case, show a little bit of side. Is it gonna show the feet? No, it's not. It's not gonna show it. It's not gonna show it. Why would it show it? It's thinner than you like. Something like that. Like that. However, feet doesn't look like this. It can't bend like that. So in this case, it has to be straight. So it's not gonna even show. It looks a little weird, but it's the right way. does it look so weird? This area needs to be bigger. Seems to make sense. Yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. Just draw the center line. Yeah. Jesus Christ, man. These heels and dress shoes, they look so weird. Alright, chill out a little bit. Chill out, chill out.
Despite his best efforts to make himself appear that way. I wasn't really interested in more Bert Kreischer, but it's been a while since I really watched any of Bert's comedy, and he had a new special out, so I thought, what the hell? Why not give it a shot? Unfortunately, Lucky was almost exactly what I would have expected from a Bert Kreischer special before going into this. Just to put things into perspective, the first thing Bert does in this special is theatrically take his shirt off and throw it up into the air onto the mic stand to roaring applause from the crowd. If you thought you were going to get anything different from this special, this moment lets you know that you aren't. So, rather than go through this special bit by bit, I thought I would do something similar to what I did with my Joe Rogan video, and go over what I feel are some of the major overarching problems with Lucky, and why it left me disappointed. Issue number 1, lack of material and humor. I'm going to start off with an issue that is a bit broad, because I think it affects the entire special. That is, it feels like Bert is running out of material. Some of you might say that he's never had much material to begin with, and fair enough. That said, I feel like he was really spreading the material thin with this special. A couple of stories are straight up recycled from other podcasts or interviews that he's done, such as getting advice from Snoop Dogg when he found out his daughter was smoking weed.
I don't like it. Georgia got caught smoking weed.
This is at least a 5-year-old story because Bert says his eldest daughter was 15 at the time, and from what I can tell, she is now at least 20. And Bert's introduction to this story is that his daughters are growing up.
My kids are growing up.
So it's also kind of confusing and easy to lose track of when this is supposed to be happening and why. This entire bit was workshopped basically word for word when Bert was on the We Might Be Drunk podcast a year ago. Bert even included the aspect of this interaction with Snoop Dogg where he misunderstood Snoop saying he wanted to take a shot with Bert as wanting to take a shower with him.
I said, you invited me over here to take a shower with you.
I said, you said we was going to take a shower.
And he looked at me dead sober and he goes, I invited you here to take a shot with me.
I said, bitch, I said we was going to take a shot.
It wasn't a particularly funny story on the podcast, and Bert didn't really punch it up during the special either. It's just a kind of amusing, you had to be there story that eats up about 5 minutes. Now, some people may counter that it's not a big deal to reuse material from podcasts, but I think it speaks to the point I raised at the beginning of this segment. I think Bert is running out of new material, so he is having to dip back into the well of things he has already said a number of times, much like he did with the machine story. I'm sure there are more examples of Bert repurposing stories from podcasts that I'm not familiar with because I don't fucking watch any of them. This is just one that I happened to see at some point and remembered. So, if any of these bits or stories have been told on podcasts before, please mention them in the comments. The bigger problem here is that even with the bits that Bert isn't double dipping on, as far as I'm aware, most of them are not interesting or funny. The middle of the special is mostly Bert trying to amp up relatively mundane, if not boring stories. For example, there is a stretch where he is talking about how he is lucky and finds things.
I'm the luckiest person you'll ever meet. I'm so lucky that if you lose something, I'll be the person that finds it.
One of those stories involves Bert finding a lost kid during a parade.
I found a child one time.
This is one of those stories that has a lot of filler, and Bert trying to amp things up by making it sound like a quest of some kind, when in reality the kid had just gotten away from a nearby party. The joke, and I am putting that in quotations, is that the kid can't remember his mom's name, but he's heard people call his dad by 2 names, David and Michael.
David? Baby Michael?
And even me just saying that should probably tip you off to the big reveal that the kid has 2 dads.
God damn it, Michael, have you been drinking? He goes, I had 1 drink, David. He goes, you were supposed to be watching Nathan.
This isn't comedy. And I'm not being woke or whatever and complaining about Bert making a joke about a gay couple. It's just that the story isn't funny. It really doesn't have any comedic payoff, so Bert just tacks on a couple of jokes about telling the story to Joey Diaz and his wife. Joey, the human Sharpay Diaz, just screams about the kid's parents being gay.
Loud as fuck, he goes, they're fucking gay!
And Bert's wife says something about them being sugarfoots or whatever. So not only is it a you had to be there story, it's you had to be there squared. There is another story Bert tells during this mid-special goulash of boring bits that starts with him talking about how his daughter has impulse control problems.
Isla's got wild impulse control problems.
During the pandemic, Bert would get blackout drunk and his daughter would sit next to him and order things off Amazon. I want to quickly mention that this is a fairly similar premise to a much better joke told by Doug Stanhope on his 2013 special, Beer Hall Putsch. Bert goes on to describe the worst example of this drunk Amazon purchasing, which arose from trying to buy traffic cones so his daughters could learn to skateboard. Essentially, the only joke that arises from this bit is Bert imitating his wife, saying, "You can't buy them big boy traffic cones."
Them baby boy traffic cones. Them big boy traffic cones. Look at all them traffic cones.
To prove her wrong, Bert has his daughter buy 8 of the largest traffic cones, size 8, available on Amazon. The payoff to this bit is that his daughter actually bought 64 of them big boy traffic cones, which cost $2,400.
How many traffic cones did you get? $2,400 worth.
The only reason his wife and eldest daughter didn't tell him was because they wanted to see the look on his face. Bert ekes out one good punchline about duct tape and oven mitts, which is a callback to a mediocre joke from earlier, but that's about it. I could go on about this issue for the rest of the video because ultimately it's a problem that undermines most of the special. Nevertheless, there are other issues with this special, and as I discuss them, it will only reinforce my initial point that Bert is running out of material and Lucky lacks humor. Issue number 2, Blue Humor and Vulgarity. I don't think it should be a surprise to anyone that blue humor and vulgarity are a part of Bert Kreischer's act. He's not quite as bad as Joe Rogan, who thinks that screaming dick or cum counts as a punchline.
How do you touch dicks and not be gay?
But he's not tremendously better either. I don't inherently have a problem with comedy that is vulgar or blue or gross or even shocking. One of my favorite comedians ever is Doug Stanhope, and you could use all of those words to describe his act accurately. He has told some of the most heinous boundary-pushing jokes of all time, but it takes a deft hand to pull it off, because the other end of the spectrum is something like Amy Schumer's jokes on the Leather Special, lowbrow jokes about poop, farts, and queefs that fail to push any boundary beyond that of common sense. Bert airs more on the Amy Schumer side of things. He has one joke that I think at least utilizes blue or gross out humor in an effective way though, so I will kind of give him his due. It comes as a result of Bert's daughters allegedly asking him to tell one feminist joke.
They said to me, they go, Dad, for this special, can you write one feminist joke?
Bert says that women across the board are better than men. His explanation is that women will occasionally tell a man that it's not a good idea to go down on them because they're not so fresh, whereas a man has never warned a woman not to go down on him. For that reason, Bert wholeheartedly believes that no man should ever legislate what a woman does with her body, because every man at some point in his life has thought he knew better about a woman's body than she did,
And we went down there anyway.
The sentiment is slightly undercut by Bert doing some physical comedy where he pretends to dry heave
Oh my God!
and also makes some timely references to Jackass.
My name is Johnny Knoxville, and this is a Sticky Pussy Challenge!
But all things considered, it's fairly well conceived, and for the most part, it does make good use of blue humor. You can't say the same for a lot of jokes from the special. Roughly the first 10 minutes is spent talking about how old and gross his wife is, but also how much he likes banging her.
53! I'll tell ya, baby.
He talks about both in pretty excessive detail, like comparing his wife's vagina to an old broken-in baseball glove,
Smells good, your fingers fit in it just right.
or going on about how sweaty and smelly her boobs are.
Her tits stink.
I know a lot of this is probably just Bert increasingly leaning more into comedy for middle-aged people about middle-aged shit, but if he wasn't pandering to a specific demographic, it would just be that Amy Schumer humor I was talking about earlier. Later on in the special, he is talking about dogs, and makes a number of jokes about his penis, like saying he got hard while cuddling with his female bull mastiff on edibles,
You cuddle with your dog and your dick gets hard.
or talking about how his new dog is always obsessed with his dick.
And he loves my dick. I mean, this dog.
I think they're supposed to be a little edgy and graphic, but they're so poorly executed that they come across as the CTE-riddled attempts at humor of a man like Brendan Schaub.
If he sees my dick, he's like, oh, that's mine. I'm eating that today.
This is just a sampling of a few notable examples, because about half of Bert's punchlines are just some kind of joke about dicks or bodily functions. Bert's overuse of vulgarity and blue humor may not be the biggest problem with the special, but again, it speaks to a broader problem. The stories he is telling are usually not particularly interesting or funny, so he tries to pepper them up with frat boy style humor. With that in mind, there is another way in which he enhances his material. Issue number 3. Embellishing, exaggerating, and bragging. If there was one aspect of this special that I would expect to raise the ire of comedy fans, it would be Bert's tendency to embellish, exaggerate, and brag. I hesitate to say lie because even though Bert is viewed as a liar in the bigger picture, we're only talking about the comedy special here. It's not quite like Brendan Schaub lying about established facts that were very often documented on video, and contradicting a story he told on multiple podcasts for like a year. With Bert, it's more so this persistent cloud of doubt that hovers over everything he says. In some ways, it's hard to describe, because his self-obsession and need to brag are woven into every story at such a fundamental level that it's difficult to cite examples without it seeming like you're cherry-picking. But in a more general sense, if you listen to almost any one of Bert's jokes, you will probably be hit with at least one line where your gut reaction is just incredulity. Did that really happen, Bert?
Incredulity.
Did they really say that? Did you really do that? Yes, comedians bend the truth, but Bert does it so constantly that it breaks the pact between the performer and the audience that allows comedians to get away with bending the truth for the sake of a joke. One that stuck out to me in particular was during Bert's closing bit about putting his dog down. Sorry, spoilers. Long story short, the vet tells Bert and his wife that they'll need to put their dog down. So to deal with the situation, Bert starts making jokes, like sarcastically asking if the vet wants Bert to throw her in the pool or something. That isn't really the improbable part of the story to me. Where I got taken out of it was when Bert just had to let everyone know that the vet was crying laughing at his jokes.
He is crying laughing. Now he's crying laughing and he's like, hold on, stop, no.
I think it's an interesting window into Bert's thought process. In Bert's mind, nobody but one of the dark and twisted 250 would ever think of making a joke at such an inappropriate time. So much so that the vet was taken aback. Maybe even more importantly, though, is Bert felt the need to remind the audience that not only does he crush on stage, he also crushes in his personal life.
And he goes, fuck, that is good.
It doesn't add anything to the story. It's an irrelevant detail that only serves as a way for Bert to brag. As I said years ago with Brendan Schaub, the issue is not simply lying. It's okay to some degree if it makes the joke funnier. Most comedians fudge the truth a bit. The problems start when you're making shit up to enhance your mythos. When Bert embellishes, it mostly just serves to make him seem cooler or more badass. There are a few bits from the special where Bert does this, and it destroys suspension of disbelief completely. The absolute worst example of this comes at the beginning of Bert's bit where he talks about being lucky and finding things.
I stand up, I said, my name's Bert Kreischer. I find lost things.
He starts the story off by saying that 13 years ago, he took his girls to the beach. His family was sitting between a motocross couple and a black couple. Bert claims the black guy lost his wedding ring while shaking out a beach blanket, even though that makes no sense.
Wedding ring flies off his finger into the sand. He goes, oh shit, I just lost my wedding ring.
But have no fear, Bert is here. Because he knows his superpower, Bert claims he stood up and said, "My name is Bert Kreischer, I find lost things." What follows is Bert claiming that everyone involved searched the beach until they all gave up, except for Bert. Even the guy who lost his wedding ring gave up.
Then he gives up. He says, we're not going to find it. I said, you are not going to find it.
But Bert persisted and kept sifting through the sand until, and I quote, "The ring slid onto my finger as if the Lord himself placed it there and said, 'Don't let them forget who you are and what you do.'" Bert then proceeds to berate the people and makes them Google who he is, to which they say that he is Bert Kreischer and he finds lost things.
Google the name Bert Kreischer, see what it says he does. Motocross guy goes, it says he finds lost things.
There are a few problems with this story. The biggest would be that Bert actually did find a wedding ring in a SeaWorld parking lot back in 2010, which would be roughly 13 to 14 years before this special was recorded. But it was a woman's ring, and he actually ended up returning it to the descendant of the previous owner in 2020. On that detail alone, we can rule out that Bert is just retelling that story. So, we are expected to believe that within the same time frame as he serendipitously found a wedding ring in a parking lot, Bert also found another person's wedding ring on a beach, and it literally slipped onto his finger.
His wedding ring slides onto my finger.
Something so ridiculous that even fairy tale writers from the Middle Ages would consider it a bit too much. And then there is the aspect of Bert constantly demanding throughout the story that people Google his name and then making them say that he's Bert Kreischer and he finds lost things.
I said, make him say it. He goes, your name is Bert Kreischer, you find lost things. I said, look up and tell the Lord.
Does any of this seem remotely plausible to you? If it were true, wouldn't the bit be, "I found 2 fucking wedding rings within a year"? Isn't that insane? Even if you want to just turn off your brain and not care, it's too much. And Bert constantly giving himself kudos throughout the whole bit makes it even worse.
My name's Bert Kreischer. At Find Lost Things, don't ever forget that.
And I want to make it explicitly clear that he frames this as the small story and a mere sample of how he's lucky and finds things.
That's the small story!
But as bad as this one single moment is, it's also a systemic issue. Even when Bert tries to write self-deprecating jokes about himself, he's still the center of attention, and they're still implausible. Such as when he was describing how stupid he is by saying that he thought Anne Frank and Helen Keller were the same person.
I found that out at the Anne Frank house.
And he was making jokes about this.
We go into her kitchen and I go, here's where she burned her fingers. She was trying to read the waffle iron.
Whoa, Nelly, everybody back up and get the caution tape out. We got an edgy comedian making jokes about the Holocaust. This guy's mind goes to places where angels fear to tread. The worst part about this bit is that it could actually be good if Bert wasn't making it so hacky and if he wasn't trying so hard. I could see a better comedian like Anthony Jeselnik making this premise work relatively easily, because he would just be telling the joke and not trying to make you believe this was a real event that actually happened. This is why so many of Bert's stories fail to land for me. Bert is trying as hard as he can to make you think that these were really things that happened to him, which is just lame. He has had plenty of interesting experiences that actually happened. Why does he feel the need to make stuff up and embellish existing stories? It comes across as extremely desperate and sad. But I digest. There is one more segment from the special that I think combines all of the problems we've discussed thus far, and they're distilled down into one story. The story about putting down his dog. Issue number 4, The Dog Story. Bert's closing segment is a story about putting his dog down.
We put our dog down.
As a personal aside, this was something I had to go through late last year under similar circumstances as Bert. I had to put down a dog that I had for nearly 10 years, very suddenly, and it's still something that I feel like I am dealing with emotionally. But Bert's story didn't resonate with me for many of the reasons I discussed throughout this video. For one thing, it's a fairly unremarkable story. Bert even repeatedly mentions during the story that this is something we've all been through, and that's why he feels comfortable talking about it.
I know you've been there. I'm cool sharing this because I know we've all been there.
If you're going to do a bit about something that is a fairly universal experience, I think you have to do something really unique with it. What Bert does is tell a story about putting his dog down that is really about Bert Kreischer. It's overly long, with Bert going on a number of digressions and telling some of those weird jokes about his dick that I mentioned earlier. He lets you in on inside jokes and tries to contextualize the importance of this dog to his family. But again, it's all centered around him.
Girls go to bed, Leanne goes to bed, I stay up drinking whiskey with this dog, and I'm drunk talking to her, you know?
How he had this secret drunken late night conversation with a puppy where he laid out how good her life would be and all she had to do in return was protect his family.
I said, baby girl, you are about to have the best life. You have nothing to be nervous about. All I need is when I'm gone, I need you to be my terrorist.
When he's telling the story of hearing the diagnosis from the vet, it's actually about how much Bert made the vet laugh with his dark sense of humor.
Now he's crying, laughing, and he's like, hold on, stop, no.
When he's talking about the dog being put down, it's about how Bert didn't get to say goodbye, even though he's happy that his daughters did. And how he refused to cry because his dad told him never to cry in front of his daughters.
Anytime I cried as a young man, he'd say, hey, don't be a bitch.
I didn't say goodbye to my dog, which is fine because in my book I'm like, at least I didn't cry.
Very little of this is actually funny, and I don't think it was intended to be. I think it was supposed to have greater emotional significance, but it came across as the maudlin ramblings of a perpetual drunk who is just good enough at acting to repeatedly pretend he's about to cry at crucial moments in the story.
I said, baby girl, I realized, hold on. Everything that was ever asked of me with the best goddamn dog. I'm not gonna cut your ears off.
In the closing lines of the special, Bert tries to combine this emotional sincerity with some zany dark humor at the expense of the possibly imaginary dog euthanizers who have been left aghast by the outrageous jokes from Bert and his family. But to me, he mixes them like oil and water.
This guy is fucking The last thing I say is I look at this dog, I go, baby girl, you still make my dick hard.
The story contains all of the issues I've mentioned thus far. It's too little material, drawn out too thin, he's trying to be edgy and vulgar, but it's not well executed, and it's a probably exaggerated story, focusing mainly on Bert. But there is another problem. Issue number 4.5. Parallel thinking. I'm not going to say Bert Kreischer stole any jokes from Doug Stanhope on this special. because I can't in good faith say that I believe he did. It's probably sheer coincidence that they both told jokes about putting down pets in recent releases. In reality, the stories don't really even bear any similarities beyond the one. They say comparison is the thief of joy, but Doug's bit is better. I mean, that goes without saying, but it's better in a way that makes Bert's bit ring hollow. Because Doug is capable of blending sincerity with black humor and vulgarity. The bit about putting down his dog isn't even the best example of that. But there is something in the comparison between the two bits, and relevantly, Doug's story about assisting his mom's suicide, that made me think. During that story, Doug talks about roasting his mom as she was essentially fading in and out of consciousness.
And then we just roasted her as she fell in and out.
It sort of stuck with me while watching this special because Bert makes a very similar comment about telling inside jokes and stories to his dog on Lucky.
I go, what do I, throw her in the pool? I go, do I put a pillow over her snout and wait till her tail stops wagging? And I start running through all the nicknames and all the inside jokes I have with my dog. I said,
The reason it stuck with me being that Doug made the comment on Discount Meat that you can't really roast a dog like you would a person because they're not in on the joke.
The difference is with your pet doesn't understand the jokes that you're making at his expense about him while he's being killed, like my mother did.
I think that difference in thought process illustrates the difference in depth and intuition between comics like Doug Stanhope and Bert Kreischer, as well as the purpose of the stories themselves. Doug's story uses dark humor to effectively communicate the emotional experience of realizing that when you have a pet that is terminally ill, you have to decide how long it has left to live. Whereas Bert's story uses emotional pleas to disguise a story that is ultimately about Bert and what a dark sense of humor he has, which is emblematic of all of the problems with this special as a whole. Bert has no ability to tell a story without making it about himself. Final thoughts. I went into Lucky wondering if Bert's comedy deserved the hate it gets, and I'm still not entirely sure. I did not like Lucky, but I don't think he's the worst comedian out there. He's nowhere near as bad as Brennan Schaub is, despite the comparisons people want to make. But this special wasn't good either. There were a couple of bits that I found somewhat entertaining, but they're not really noteworthy enough to bring up. They would be filler jokes on a good special, but they're kind of the high points here. It's hard to look at this special, or any of Bert's specials for that matter, and argue that he deserves this level of fame and success. I think that is why there is such a desire to disparage his comedy. Moreover, I think people also see Bert's comedy as a reflection of his personality and public persona, because they are intrinsically linked. Bert's self-obsession in his act is an aspect of his real-life personality. For that reason, Bert is a mirror into an aspect of ourselves that most people would rather not acknowledge. We've all been Bert at one point or another. Most people have that one story that they repeated so many times that it eventually lost its magic, like Bert's machine story. We've all wanted to be the center of attention, or even just that guy who gets recognized because he has a gimmick, like taking his shirt off. Most of us have done something that now makes us cringe whenever we think about it. In one regard, I think it explains some of Bert's success. A lot of people feel like they have common ground with Bert, but for a lot of people, Bert is a reminder of how cringe they once were, or could continue to be if they allowed themselves. Bert is all of the undeserved arrogance, narcissism, self-obsession, and lack of self-awareness that you find in the average 20-something frat bro. But it's wrapped up in the body of a middle-aged comedian who looks like a 6-foot-tall Andre the Giant, and it's impossible to divorce that from his act. Again, the first thing he did when he got out on stage was dramatically take his shirt off, because it's just part of his persona. It's what the people want. In a similar vein, I don't think there is a single story from this special that doesn't involve Bert drinking.
she makes me a fresh one, then she gives me 2 baby bottles of Jack. Drinking like I blacked out, passed out. I'm naked, drunk as shit, pass out. Like during the pandemic, if she saw me drinking, I stay up drinking whiskey with this dog. I sat in my recliner and I drank whiskey and I got angry.
Not that I don't believe him, I think it goes without saying that he probably was drunk for all of those stories. That said, it's as if Bert just wants to remind the audience that he is still a big drinker and party animal, but in a way that isn't sad and self-destructive.
No shirt, backpack full of beer. I'm wasted, I'm a good dad. Now,
Sometimes he'll just say what he was drinking, like his version of Get Her Done.
double Jack on the rocks, lots of rocks.
Rarely does it actually add anything to the story, though. The end result of this is that Lucky is on the low end of what you'd expect from a Bert Kreischer special, if you're even remotely familiar with him. With the exception of the story about putting his dog down, there is very little that will surprise you. It's frat bro humor from a guy in his 50s. Some of the jokes are halfway decent. I know I laughed occasionally, which is more than I can say for some comedians, but even after 2 watches, I can't remember what I laughed at. Very little stuck with me positively. If anything, I actually liked his previous special, Razzle Dazzle, more. It had most of the same problems, but I think some of the bits were better and it got more funny as the special progressed. Whereas, Lucky seems to tread water for most of its duration, which you could argue is a good metaphor for Bert's act in general. I know I've been kind of gloomy in my prognostications about comedy lately, but this one hit me, especially on the second watch through. I can come up with excuses and justifications for why a shitty comic like Joe Rogan can be successful. I can understand why Jeff Foxworthy still has a following, or why Jeff Dunham has a niche. I can even comprehend why Amy Schumer still gets work to a certain degree. Bert's success makes more sense when you stop looking at him like a normal comic and start viewing him as a gimmick act like Larry the Cable Guy. Only Bert's gimmick is being the you had to be there guy and telling jokes while shirtless. It's stupid, but somehow he's been able to spin it into one of the most successful comedy careers of all time. People cheer when he comes out on stage and throws his shirt off. It's ridiculous. The only explanation is that he appeals to the lowest common denominator. That, or he really is just lucky. As always, I want to thank you for watching the video, as well as liking, commenting, and moreover, I'm not going into this blind. For that reason, I was not surprised by Burn the Boats, but I was disappointed. It was almost exactly what I expected it to be. The material was so formulaic as far as Joe Rogan goes that within the first 90 seconds we got a joke about weed.
Because Texas weed is grown on Texas soil, and I believe the soil has memories.
But it doesn't even really make sense because Joe says that smoking weed grown in Texas makes you want to give the land back.
We gotta give this land back.
Thankfully, Joe didn't talk about Texas people partying at the gas station, so it could have been worse. Also, right off the bat, you'll notice that Joe is again wearing one of those absurdly large dress shirts that looks like it came from Patrice O'Neal's closet. This only looks more comical during the wide shots when you can see the entirety of Joe's body. Between the massive shirt, the sneakers from that episode of Doug, and his gigantic noggin, Joe looks like he's about 4 feet tall. It's downright cartoonish. About the first 5 minutes of this special is related in some way to aliens. And I'm not kidding when I say that the centerpiece of this bit is an alien anal probe joke.
The alien anal probe, we all know.
A premise that would have been hacky 25 years ago. Being the comedic genius that he is, Joe turns this trite and outdated joke into a very lengthy and unfunny one.
Make him just all over himself. Just, oh, Jesus! Oh, God! Oh, Jesus!
While much of the material here just feels like the writer's barely disguised fetish territory.
And then I was like, what does that feel like? What if it's your favorite thing? Like,
it does segue into a bit where Joe talks about Fear Factor getting canceled because they made people drink donkey semen. If you follow Joe Rogan for any length of time, you've probably heard him retell this story like his version of Bert Kreischer's The Machine story. A major issue with Burn the Boats is how warmed over all of the material seems. Many of these premises feel years or decades out of date. At one point, Joe is telling a very relatable story about going through airport security while high, and the stereotypically voiced TSA agent tells him that he's been randomly selected for additional screening.
Sir, you've been randomly selected for additional screening.
During the process, she infers that Joe is a man, and he whips out a "Did you assume my gender?" joke in 2024.
Did you just assume my gender?
This is a bit that may have been fresh in 2014 when every anti-SJW hack comic hadn't made it. It was already starting to get stale 4 to 6 years ago. But in 2024, it feels so played out that you wonder if Joe doesn't have anyone around him pointing out that his takes are almost a decade old. There are numerous examples of him telling jokes that feel like they were written in the mid to late 2000s, and Joe just never noticed that anyone made those observations before. For instance, he tells a joke about how squirting is actually piss.
Like, hey man, they've done the research. It's pee.
Watch out, Joe, you're cutting in on Stavros Halkias' territory with that material. In another segment about words you can't say, real original topic there, Joe, he talks about how he wishes he could say again.
It was a fun word. Made conversations more festive.
Then he goes on to say that when people used to say that word, they rarely used it to refer to anything gay.
And if I was gay, I get to use that F word again. Oh, how I miss it so. Rarely did it have anything to do with gay men.
It's a joke he told back on Strange Times in 2018, and even then it was dated. It's also a premise so similar to a joke told by Louis C.K. on Chewed Up in 2008 that I think it borders on joke thievery.
I miss that word, you know. I grew up saying that word, and it never meant gay.
Louis' joke was obviously more funny, of course. A similar situation plays out later in the special when Joe bemoans the fact that we can no longer say the word retarded to refer to stupid people. As part of this quotidian discourse, Joe mentions that you would never use the word to insult somebody with an actual mental disability.
If you're talking to a child that has a developmental disorder, you would never dream of using that word. But if you're talking to a regular grown man who just made a documentary about the world being flat, he's fucking retarded.
Fans of Louis C.K. may recognize this premise from his 2020 special, Sincerely.
Not towards retarded people. Nobody does that. Nobody calls retarded people retarded to insult them. People use it on their friends. Like you're at a bar, your friend's like, I don't have any more money for beer. And you're like, you're fucking retarded. Do you know that?
While talking about evolution, Joe describes how he doesn't think all of us cross the metaphorical finish line at the same time.
I believe in evolution. I just don't think all the monkeys cross the finish line at the exact same time.
In some ways, it was reminiscent to me of Bill Hicks' bits about evolution from fucking 30 years ago. But because it's Joe Rogan, it's far less clever. Joe talks about people banging monkeys, and then does some genuinely shameful physical comedy. This is the kind of stuff that should get you banned from ever doing stand-up again. There's another bit, before Joe starts to get into his trans material, where he discusses how he can't be woke because he was born in the 60s. It reminded me a fair bit of Louis C.K. describing growing up in the 70s, and how people were less politically correct back then. But obviously a worse version of that because Joe is nowhere near C.K.'s level. Again, I'm not saying that Joe stole these premises from funnier, more talented comedians. Perhaps it's just a matter of parallel thinking, where Joe is operating on a level so broad that he's creating jokes similar to those written by other comics years or even decades ago. That said, it's at the point where words like laziness and recycling don't really do it justice. This was a problem even on his previous specials, between Triggered and Strange Times, where he told almost verbatim some of the same jokes, like the joke about how we shouldn't take what the Founding Fathers said that seriously because they were writing with feathers.
The stupid job invented back when people used to write with feathers.
You guys didn't write any new shit?
Dude, I wrote that with a feather.
Where it gets really bad on this special is when he repeats a joke almost word for word from a previous special. It comes when Joe is talking about getting caught beating off, a premise that was already pretty lame when Pete Davidson awkwardly mumbled through it 4 years ago.
Everybody does it, but if you get caught, you're a fucking loser. Everyone knows. Everyone's gonna know. Oh no!
Joe seemingly tries to take this into a different direction, akin to something more like a Louis C.K. bit, by describing being caught by his wife when he beat off next to her in bed.
I do tiny strokes and not wake the master.
The problem is this is an almost word-for-word retelling of a joke he told in his 2010 comedy album, Talking Monkeys in Space. I've had my copyright issues with bent pixels in the past, so I'm not going to play the clip. But I will link it in the description or a comment so that you can pause the video and compare the jokes if you wish. Or you can just trust me when I say that they are almost word for word the same joke. Either way, you'd be forgiven for feeling like you've heard a number of these jokes before, because it's possible you have, whether it be on another special or a podcast somewhere. It speaks to a bigger issue with Joe's comedy as a whole. After watching enough of Joe Rogan, you begin to realize that Joe is only capable of talking about the same handful of things over and over again, and he's not very good at reframing them to make his new material stand out from his old stuff. It feels like he's rehashing things because, while he may not be repeating every joke from a previous special, He's kind of retreading the same ideas. Joe isn't evolving, and that's not just a nod to his statistically higher than average Neanderthal DNA. Good comedians have to change over time. It's important to have your own voice, of course, but you have to continue to develop over the years, even after you've found your voice. I don't think it's just an age thing either. Some of the greatest comedians ever hit their stride in their 30s, 40s, and 50s. George Carlin was deep into his 50s and 60s and still continuing to develop and grow as a comedian. Whereas if you look at someone like Joe Rogan, he's been stagnating for arguably decades now. Joe has lived in a Hollywood bubble for 30 years. His only friends are other comedians, Hollywood celebrities, or people with similar hobbies like working out and martial arts. He's no longer part of regular society, so the only experiences he has in common with regular people are decades old. Therefore, he largely has to rely on commenting on recent events or the social issues of the day. As a result, the only area where I think Joe has progressed is, much like Dave Chappelle, devoting increasing amounts of time to his political and cultural grievances. Going into the special, I expected Joe to talk about certain topics and issues. If you've been following him for the last 6 years or so of his slow descent into conservatism, you could predict that he was going to talk about trans people as well as COVID. Because it wouldn't be a stand-up special from a middle-aged man in the 2020s if they didn't proffer their mid-wit opinions on those topics. Now would it? Joe devotes a pretty sizable chunk of this special to talking about trans people. And it's exactly as uninspired and interminable as you imagine it would be. Joe begins this rant by complaining about people saying that men can get pregnant.
And men can get pregnant. Fuck! How did that one slip through?
Honestly though, Joe doesn't really go anywhere with this material, and he doesn't seem to have a broader point beyond saying that this is a new thing that society has accepted. At one point, he's complaining about the pregnant man emoji, because that's a relevant thing anybody gives a shit about, I guess. And he makes one of the weirdest comparisons I've ever heard during a comedy special.
You ever seen the regular man emoji? Looks like the guy that Tiger King f***s in prison. Just a pregnant man looks robust, like Charles Bronson with a baby inside of him. Like
the closest Joe comes to an actual joke during this borderline incoherent ramble is when he's talking about how unreasonably confident a pregnant man would be. But again, it comes across as the writer's barely disguised fetish.
You got a full beard and you're breastfeeding a baby? Big old thick neck and hairy tits.
Perhaps the funniest thing Joe did during the special is that coincidentally he started sweating directly from his nipples, almost exactly at the same time he's going on this bizarre rant. After watching this godforsaken special a number of times, I've come to the conclusion that Joe only talked about pregnant men as a way to broach the topic he really wanted to talk about, that being trans women. Unfortunately, this bit is also lacking in substance. Joe goes on to say that he's just trying to figure out what's going on. He believes in love and nature and that sometimes you can get thrown a curveball where you think you're in the wrong body, and he supports people doing whatever they want with their body. But after that, he goes on to insinuate that trans women are crazy and repeatedly calls them men in dresses.
But I also believe in crazy people. Suddenly every man in a dress is stunning and brave.
Then he talks about how when he was growing up, killers in movies were always scarier when it was a man wearing a dress.
Psycho! He dresses like his mom, stabs ladies in the shower. Silence of the Lambs! Little Red Riding Hood! The wolf was dressed like a fucking lady!
Personally, I think this material is just transphobic. It's not the kind of thing I would usually say, but I think in this circumstance it's true. When I watched this special the first time, I thought he was simply being lazy, like a number of comedians are these days. This is a topic that, for one reason or another, every middling comedian feels the need to throw their 2 cents in on. Very rarely do they ever come up with something new or interesting, and Joe is really no different. If Joe really was open-minded and wanted to commentate on society, he could have examined how decades of discrimination in media, like the movies and stories he mentioned, have created a negative perception of trans women. But let's be honest, he was never going to do that, for a number of reasons. For starters, he's probably not clever or introspective enough to write a bit that nuanced. The material was scraping the bottom of the barrel. As many times as Joe professed to loving people and just asking questions,
Fully support your right as an adult to do whatever you want that makes you happy. Open-minded! I just want to know what happened!
the jokes almost entirely consisted of pretty vile and negative stereotypes. The kind that I very much doubt Joe would make about any other group of people anymore. It wasn't playful or lighthearted. And it's actually contrasted by some of the jokes Joe made later in the special about gay men and lesbians. While crass and vulgar in nature, those jokes seemed far less intentionally negative in my opinion. They were jokes, bad ones, but jokes nonetheless. Now, some of you may be thinking that I only feel that way because I disagree with Joe on those topics. And you'd be right. The problem with this material is that it's not comedy. It's political grandstanding. Joe is doing little more than pandering to people with similar political views. I find this approach to stand-up comedy to be as shameful when Joe Rogan does it as I do when someone like Amy Schumer does, because that's really what's going on here. At the end of the day, there is very little that separates Joe's material here from the run-of-the-mill fear-mongering about trans people that you'd get out of a benzo-fueled rant by someone like Jordan Peterson. Joe even used the similar idiotic allusion to the wolf in Little Red Riding Hood. Even so, I would still be inclined to attribute this to laziness, or Joe appealing to lowest common denominator bigots, were it not for the fact that Joe repeatedly says that he loves everyone and just wants to understand what's going on.
I believe in freedom, and I believe in love.
Later on in the show, he makes the point that you can't have equal love without equal jokes.
If you want equal love, you have to have equal jokes, because that's how we find out if you're annoying.
Which is just fucking moronic. Aside from the fact that it sounds like something written on an inspirational cat poster, it's just a nonsensical statement. Joe tries to make the point that if you can't take a joke, you take yourself too seriously. But is that what's really going on? Basically every comedian of note, including Joe, the biggest comedian in the world, with an audience in the tens if not hundreds of millions, is talking about LGBTQ people. This discussion is not proportional by its very nature. What LGBTQ comedian has an audience of a similar size to tell equal jokes with? I'll wait. Is it really the lighthearted razzing that Joe is presenting it to be?
If we can joke around about you, we know you take yourself too fucking seriously.
I've never liked the idea that comedians have to punch up, or that certain subjects should be off limits. It's also not lost on me that 5 years ago I defended Dave Chappelle against similar criticisms to the ones I'm making now. But that video was 5 years ago, and we've had a solid decade for comedians to get all of these broad observations out of their system. We have reached the point where it's fair to start calling people lazy for all having similar generic takes on this particular issue. Guys like Joe can't ever stop circle jerking over how they're an elite group of social commentators who decode aspects of society that are too complex for us simple civilians without the wisdom and insight possessed by the likes of Joe Rogan or Bert Kreischer. If you're going to present yourself as an important member of society on par with first responders, then you have to start coming up with better material. If you want to be taken seriously as a social commentator, and these guys desperately do, actually try to find the interesting dynamics in society. Don't just scream, "Isn't that weird?"
I just want to know what happened.
And pretend you're a modern-day philosopher. Come up with a nuanced take nobody else has, one that makes people laugh and makes them view the world differently afterward, not just confirming their previously held beliefs. You're supposed to be one of the greatest living comedians. You should be able to do better. That's the part that is ultimately so disappointing. There's no thought process any deeper than what every other 50-year-old comedian has brought to the table. It feels like it's here because Joe thought it needed to be here, because he's obsessed with trans people, and because he knows his audiences as well. I don't want to turn this into a discussion about Joe's broader political views, because we'll be here for hours. But it seems to me that Joe's beliefs on this matter are set in stone, and I think that is cancerous to comedy itself. I don't think Joe is capable of looking at this from an alternative perspective, so he can't come up with anything interesting or innovative. What we're left with is nothing more than pandering and preaching to the choir. His COVID material is, if anything, even weaker. He spends most of his time talking about how he was misrepresented or misquoted by the media.
If you're getting your vaccine advice from me, is that really my fault?
It generally feels like Joe is trying to deflect any blame for the possible misinformation he may have spread. Andy does his shtick of saying he's an idiot who doesn't know what he's talking about, so you shouldn't have taken any of his advice.
That's not my job, kids. I'm a professional shit talker, okay?
Frankly, I find this to be a pretty huge cop-out. Joe knows he's bullshitting here. Maybe he wasn't specifically telling people to take certain medical advice, but for years, this man was speaking with so-called experts on a regular basis, and he himself was often giving out his opinions as if they were based in fact. Anyone who could stomach listening to him at the time will confirm this. It's just disingenuous to spin the controversy by saying he's just a guy who was talking shit in a podcast, when it's the world's biggest podcast, one which people use as a source of information on health and wellness, and he was obviously going to some lengths to try to make these conversations seem legitimate and scientific. Though it may seem like I'm just griping with Joe's political opinions instead of the jokes, it's mainly because these segments of the special aren't particularly funny. While this is some of the worst material from Burn the Boats, it wouldn't necessarily ruin a special if the rest of it was decent. The problem is that the rest of the special is not good. We've already discussed some of the lazy material and potentially reused material, but the stuff that is fresh isn't much better. After watching this special the first time, I sat down and tried to give a raw first impression, but I honestly struggled to remember like a third of it. A lot of the special is pretty standard Joe Rogan-ish material. There's some talk of aliens, there's some conspiracy theory stuff, and there's multiple dude, weed, lamau bits, all of which he tries to spice up with wacky faces and lots of screaming.
Was there even one? You gotta go to that. Maybe the universe is God. What are memories made out of? I wanna sell kayaks! My laptop's in my bag, motherfucker! I gotta live with the swamp people now!
One joke that does stand out to me a little bit is when Joe was talking about visiting the bodies exhibit, and how he learned that some of the bodies may have come from Chinese political prisoners.
Chinese unclaimed bodies, which may include political prisoners.
It's not terrible, but it's also another bit that he's talked about a number of times on the podcast. He does manage to eke out a borderline funny premise about what it would be like if somehow he angered the Chinese government and they ended up turning him into one of those exhibits.
4 months later, there's a short guy at the museum with a microphone.
Unfortunately, it's all just in service of doing some half-baked Chinese accent.
Go back to Fear Factor! Oh, you can't! Ha ha!
Joe never quite goes full Mr. Shab with it, but it starts out pretty mild and then escalates to full-on stereotypical.
You look a little sluggish! I'll see you tomorrow! Ha ha! Look at you now, Harry! Riding a bike like a fucking asshole!
And as with most of the jokes on the special, that's the only point. Joe does something wacky with his voice, but the subject matter itself isn't very funny. There is also the sheer amount of jokes where the punchline is more or less about the male anatomy. That's not exactly surprising given that it's a Joe Rogan special, but it seems like he dialed it up considerably for this one.
Still feels like you're touching my dick. How do you touch dicks and not be gay? Does it work? Yeah, try it on me. I can't even come on, bro. They leave their dicks on. They might trick me to sucking his dick again.
You got one warehouse, that's your balls, one delivery truck, that's your dick, and packages are constantly stacking up.
It's all dick. There's a lot of pictures of other guys' dicks on his phone. Do you know about that?
Whatever montage of Joe I played for you, I promise it's a mere fraction of what he actually did during the special. Perhaps even worse than that, Joe Rogan ventures into Brendan Schaub territory with one of these jokes when he talks about how he wishes he was gay.
I wish I was gay. I wish!
You're hanging out with only guys? No one can get pregnant? No more lies?
Schaub actually told a very similar joke on Gringo Poppy, when he said his life would be so much easier if he was gay because he could just hang out with the homies, play video games, and fuck. Now, I don't think Joe actually stole a joke from Brendan Schaub, but it goes to show the level that he is operating on. This material is so lame and played out that even Blumpkin Schlub got to it first, and arguably did a better job. There's more that could be said about Burn the Boats if you really wanted to get down to the nitty-gritty of it all. But I'll be honest with you, The first watch through of this was already a slog, even by the standards of some of the stuff I've watched for this channel. After watching it a second time, I realized there just isn't much of substance to talk about. I've had to go back to my notes and rewatch clips on numerous occasions just to remember what Joe said most of the time. It may have seemed like I harped on the trans material for a bit, but that's because it's arguably the only part of the special that is noteworthy. The rest of Burn the Boats is a blur of forgettable bits, half-baked premises, and moments where it feels like Joe is just whining about being vilified by the media. The issue is that Joe has almost nothing interesting to say, and most of the time the punchline to a joke is just Joe screaming at you.
I'm on my gas station now, pickled alligator dicks and Chuck Norris action jeans, and foods were dropping like flies!
By the time you reach the end of the special, it's exhausting and headache-inducing.
Wait for the Lord! He survived now, let him fuck!
What really stands out to me about Burn the Boats is that Joe has not gotten better at comedy. A good comedy special should surprise you. It should catch you off guard. But this special had nothing that I didn't see coming. It followed the Joe Rogan formula to a degree that, if you took out the references to recent events, it would be interchangeable with his previous specials from 2018 or 2016 or even further back. He's been doing this for the entirety of his adult life, and it's hard to see that he's made any progress or gotten better. In part, I think the podcast is to blame because he's already regurgitated these thoughts hundreds or thousands of times over the last decade and a half, but beyond the topics, his style is not evolving either. It's screaming every single joke while leaning his head forward and bugging his eyes out, or gurning like an inmate in an asylum. I can't prove this, but I think this special is actually louder than his last one. In my last video, I talked about Joe screaming every joke, but by the end of Burn the Boats, he's screaming everything. Joe shouts every word at the top of his lungs while he turns shades of red I thought were only possible for Perk Angle. Joe's comedy career is living proof that working hard at something doesn't mean you'll get better. And I know some of his ball washers will tell me that he's the most successful comedian in the world right now. But success does not equate to being good. McDonald's is successful, and you wouldn't call it fine dining, would you? Taylor Swift is probably the biggest musician in the world right now, but how many of you think she's really a great singer-songwriter? And I think that might actually be unfair to Taylor, because Joe is far worse at comedy than she is at making music. His success at comedy is really a byproduct of his success at other things, like being on Fear Factor, being a UFC commentator, and launching the biggest podcast in the world. There's a reason it was the first thing he did, but the last thing he became successful at, because he's not very good at it. If he wasn't already famous from multiple other endeavors, his comedy would never be of any note. He wouldn't be selling out arenas across the country, and he would most likely never have gotten multiple Netflix specials. Maybe that sounds harsh, but from everything I've seen of Joe's comedy, I believe it's accurate. And realistically, the special isn't so bad it's good. It's not even worthy of a hate watch. It's not Brendan Schaub blundering through mind-boggling metaphors and losing a 10-7 round to the English language. With a guy like Schaub, his specials were terrible, but at least they were unintentionally amusing. I often find myself thinking back to lines from You'd Be Surprised or Gringo Poppy because they were so bad or so ill-conceived that I can't help but remember them. They still make me laugh, and that counts for something. Burn the Boats doesn't even have that going for it. It's just generally boring and tedious to get through. What makes this worse is that even now, Brendan is still relatively early into his comedy career. The fact that he got You'd Be Surprised after 3 years of doing stand-up was in some ways a mitigating factor for how bad it was. You can't cut Rogan any such slack with this special. Joe has been doing comedy for longer than I've been alive. To put out a special this bad, this deep into your comedy career is frankly impressive. And I don't want to hear any excuses. He's been working on this for 6 years and it was still this bad. Overall, I have some mixed feelings about Burn the Boats, but they go from bad to worse. If I were to judge it purely in a vacuum, I would put it somewhere on par with, or slightly worse than Amy Schumer's The Leather Special. But considering that Joe has been doing comedy for 35 years, and this is his 11th comedy special or album, I have to rank it among the worst I've ever seen. What I find most intriguing about this special is the potential long-term implications it has for Joe and for comedy as a whole. Joe has never been considered to be a top-tier comic, but this is a uniquely bad special for somebody so tenured. That said, Joe is probably too big to fail. He's too deeply embedded in the comedy world. Funnier and more talented comedians aren't going to openly criticize him because it's too valuable to be on his good side. You want to receive that golden ticket of being called up to the podcast and being exposed to his audience. I also doubt that this will be his last Netflix special. They were willing to make him part of their burgeoning live content endeavors, and I'm sure a lot of people watched this special. This isn't a situation like You'd Be Surprised, where Shaw made something so bad right out of the gate that it kneecapped his comedy career. Joe will be able to keep moving forward. I'm not sure what this means for stand-up comedy. When one of, if not the biggest stand-up comics in the world can drop a turd like this with likely no consequences, no criticism from other supposed leaders in this field, what does that mean? When you can invest so little effort into something and be so generic, yet still be rewarded with the highest platform available, what does that say about this medium? While working on this video, I've wrestled with that question, and I don't think I have a good answer. But if this special is any indication of the future, I think we're headed for a truly dark era in stand-up comedy. As always, I want to thank you for watching this video, as well as liking, commenting, and subscribing. I want a choice that was impactful to the special. The best way I can think to describe this special and Pete's performance overall is to say it's extremely awkward. It's awkwardly written, awkwardly performed, and awkwardly edited. The issues with this special start from the beginning, as Pete cold opens with a story about the time Louis C.K. attempted to get him fired from SNL for smoking too much weed.
So Louis C.K. tried to get me fired from SNL my first year, and this is that story.
Now, not that I think every stand-up special has to conform to a strict format, but the decision to cold open with this story doesn't make much sense to me. It wasn't a choice that was impactful to the special, and it doesn't set the tone for what's to come. Seemingly, the only reason the set is structured the way it was is because Davidson had this story about Louis C.K. that he wanted to tell, but it didn't fit into the rest of his material. This bit isn't the worst thing I've ever seen, but it's not great. Pete meanders through a story about how Louis called him out for smoking too much weed after he hosted SNL.
Look how fucking high Pete is, that fucking idiot. Just getting fucking high at work, you stupid fuck. You're gonna smoke your career away, idiot.
The day after this incident, Pete received a call from Lorne Michaels' office and went to meet with him. Lorne told him that Louis had just been down there and said Pete was smoking his career away. Ultimately, nothing really came of it, but Pete said finding out that he didn't have the approval of such a beloved comic was deflating to him.
You know, and I had to sit with that for 5 years,
You can kind of guess where this is going.
And then, one glorious morning.
The problem with this bit is that Pete just doesn't do much with it. He's able to eke out one relatively funny joke here when describing how CK's accusers could have gotten him to stop by just smoking some pot.
He would have been like, oh fuck, is that weed? Holy shit, you fucking animals. I'm telling.
But other than that, it just doesn't lead to anything except for an unfunny and confusing segment about jerking off alone that gets some chuckles from the audience.
Just, be in the room with me, Is it okay?
This story is nearly 8 minutes long. It's the opening bit that is supposed to set the stage for everything to come, but it already feels like Davidson has nothing to say. He seems to have no enthusiasm for the story and no confidence in his material, but it only gets worse from here. After a cut and a brief title card, Pete starts to tell a story about how his friend, who he financially supports, just had a kid instead of getting a job.
And I was like, wow, that's like the exact opposite of a job.
He uses this story to start working into some mediocre material about babies. This is the point in the special where I started to realize how annoying Pete's voice and delivery were. It's not quite as bad as whatever Chris D'Elia was doing on No Pain, but it's not tremendously far off either. At times, he sounds like Christopher Walken got karate chopped in the throat.
You're like, bro, it cries.
Other times he sounds strangely like Bill Burr in terms of his pronunciation and delivery.
Christmas is spent in Ohio.
This is sick! This is awesome! I can't believe we're doing this!
On yet other occasions, he is barely audible, as he does little more than grumble and groan his way through material.
My poor mother.
This is, of course, when he isn't giggling at his own jokes or pausing for mind-bogglingly long periods of time.
You're laughing.
But we'll get to that a bit later. Pete starts rambling about how easy he thinks it would be to take care of a baby. This leads to a story about Pete babysitting his nephew, and something weird happened.
Something weird happened when I was babysitting.
I can almost guarantee that whatever you're thinking, Pete said something weirder.
He's teething, so he just like grabbed my hand and started like sucking my fingers, but like good.
Oh, sure. This joke is legitimately one of the weirdest things I've heard a comedian try to work into a set.
Like, I definitely left it in there for a second.
Pete tries to justify its inclusion by saying that this is a comedy special, not a town hall meeting. But the problem is, this strange and creepy bit is just sort of shoehorned in there for no particular reason, and there is virtually no other material like it on the special. Like, he just wanted to drop this edgy pedophile joke in the middle of an otherwise anemic special about nothing. To me, this signals where A Live from New York basically falls apart. For as long, boring, and irrelevant as the Louis C.K. story was, it still had some semblance of structure. There was an idea you could sort of follow. For roughly the next 30 minutes, Pete rambles through a series of not even half-baked bits with seemingly no purpose or direction, no segues, and only a few extremely weak narrative threads tying things together. This is probably the biggest issue with this special, the sheer amount of filler. Pete has a few very broad bits here, such as some commentary on men and women not communicating about what makes each other bust a nut, or talking about that one gay friend women have that gets a little too handsy with them.
If you hate pussy so much, why are you cuddling it? Very weird.
But they're just so tepid and uneventful. There is nothing new or interesting here. And that is not to say that every joke has to be groundbreaking, but Pete is bringing almost nothing to the table. And it's not even as if the jokes are being well received either. Most of the time, Pete's punchlines get like a 3 out of 10 in terms of crowd reaction.
Like, you just asked me to like divide.
But he bombs more than once in this special, and they leave it in.
Where you're like, ha ha ha, next stop, please. That was me in a cab. Just doing laps every day, like, is this even? Is this even? No. They decide all people's futures.
The issue is compounded by Pete frequently giggling at his own poorly landed punchlines. Or trailing off into barely intelligible grumblings.
I guess I'll just shoot a special and tell everybody.
Pete does this a lot.
Okay. Alright.
I feel like this material wouldn't be so bad if he wasn't interrupting his own jokes constantly to pause for literally seconds at a time for no reason. I don't know whether this was a deliberate stylistic choice or if he just had that little confidence in his jokes, but it drains the energy out of this already dull material and kills his momentum. At one point, Pete stops in the middle of his bit because...
Sorry. Sometimes you say giggly things.
And it's honestly one of the most uncomfortable things I've seen in a stand-up special. It's so bad I think Pete might have actually forgotten his next line and was just buying himself some time because he ends up basically restating his premise and starting the joke over.
No, but yeah, girls should tell guys how to make them come.
This is the most annoying way Pete pads the special out, in my opinion. On multiple occasions, he more or less restarts a joke, or gives you a recap of the joke in the middle of the joke. It's especially bad during the bit about his controversy with Dan Crenshaw. Pete drags this bit out for 10 minutes to ultimately say little more than that he made fun of Dan Crenshaw's eye patch on Weekend Update and had to apologize for it.
I got in trouble because I made fun of this gentleman with an eye patch.
Before he actually gets into that story, though, there is this really unfunny aside describing how when he gets pulled over by police, he plays Billy Joel music because he thinks it will make them think he's not a piece of shit.
Does anybody want to get pulled over, put on like Billy Joel?
Like many things on this special, the joke seems to serve no purpose, and it bombs.
Can you turn off Bill Withers?
When Pete starts telling the story about the Dan Crenshaw controversy, he does such a poor job of it that it's kind of hard to follow what he's even saying. The long story short is that he wrote a joke about Dan Crenshaw looking like a hitman in a porno that he was going to tell on Weekend Update.
Okay, this guy looks like a hitman in a porno, right?
However, he quickly starts to veer away from this story into multiple tangents. While attempting to explain how the porno hitman joke was harmless, he ends up bombing.
That was me in a cab.
And tells the editor that they can cut that part out.
We'll cut that right out.
Was this intentional and supposed to be a meta joke? I don't know, but the fact that it was met with murmuring from the crowd while Davidson awkwardly paused is a sign to me that it should have been cut out either way. It adds nothing to the show, and if anything, it's just embarrassing. Less than a minute later, he brings the show to another screeching halt by telling the audience he wants to do something.
Congrats on fucking. Thanks for unpausing and continuing to watch.
At this point, I was filled with so much secondhand embarrassment that I wanted to crawl under something. When Opie and Anthony was still around, they had a term for this feeling, douche chills. It's basically when something is so cringe-inducing and embarrassing, it gives you a physical sense of being uncomfortable for someone else. And I was douche chilling out at this point. After about a minute of this stuff, he gets back to the ponderous Dan Crenshaw story by describing how, as he was about to tell a joke on Weekend Update, an SNL writer informed him that he did some research and thought Dan might have lost his eye in a war, and psych! Pete decides to do a callback to that horrible joke about unpausing Netflix after fucking from a minute ago.
Yo, you fucked again? That's awesome, dude. Thank you again.
For as boring as this Dan Crenshaw bit is, and as painful as the callback joke was, it's even worse, because Pete missed an opportunity for an authentically funny callback joke. As Pete explained, he was trying to be mindful before the Weekend Update segment, but he was also on shrooms at the time.
So, like, being mindful is, like, fucking top of the list tough.
Which would have been a perfect opportunity to say something like, okay, maybe Louis wasn't totally wrong. It would have even been a point in the special where awkwardly mumbling his way through a punchline would have worked. But no, a missed opportunity. The Dan Crenshaw bit doesn't really have a payoff either. After several more partially formed jokes, Pete just kind of insinuates that he was told to apologize. And that's it. This is one of the only moments where Pete does have a segue because he explains that he basically did for Dan Crenshaw what Ariana Grande did for him.
I sucked his dick at SNL.
I don't have much to say about the Ariana Grande segment because, while it's probably the most consistently funny part of the special, that still makes it like a 3 out of 10. It's also celebrity gossip from 3+ years ago that I doubt my fan base of mostly 47-year-old truckers are particularly interested in. Outside of one punchline about Grande painting herself brown and going on the cover of Vogue to trash him, there isn't really anything funny or noteworthy here. This brings us to 9/11.
It reminds me of that tragedy.
Pete opens by saying his dad died on 9/11, which he was told he should tell people beforehand because some people don't know. Pete disagreed with this because he thought it would just stop the show and make things awkward.
I won. I was right.
While the bar for this special has been set incredibly low, this is actually a clever joke, and it's kind of a shame that it didn't get a bigger response from the audience in my opinion. Personally, I thought the 9/11 material had the most promise of anything on the special. His experiences losing his father, who was a firefighter, and being forced to deal with that trauma as a child is unique and compelling. I think he did pull some interesting material from those experiences on this special, such as when he told the story of his mother using the compensation money she received to buy a swimming pool, in the hopes that it would cheer up young Pete and his sister, though that didn't exactly have the desired outcome.
Swim in the death pool.
There is a well of material Davidson can tap into here, much of it being dark and emotionally challenging. and Pete has done that in the past. And briefly during this special, it does feel like he's going in that direction.
Thank God Osama bin Laden didn't miss his alarm clock. You know why? I wouldn't have a fucking pool!
Unfortunately, this segment suffers from the same problem plaguing much of Alive from New York. The bits feel underdone and underwhelming. They're poorly fleshed out, and after a few jokes, Davidson quickly moves on to talking about his dad specifically. He starts this off by talking about doing research on his dad that year for a project, but as he's done numerous times so far, he quickly goes off on a tangent about Staten Island, which just feels like more filler.
I don't know if you knew this, but this place has the biggest dump, you know?
He returns to the thread about speaking to his dad's friends to get stories about him from before he passed away. But again, he interrupts the joke to go off on another tangent about parents telling you to finish your plate as a kid.
Always used to finish his plate. Finish it? Why?
These are not terrible jokes, but they add nothing, and he spends like 3 minutes on them when we still haven't even gotten to the stories about his dad. Finally, he gets back around to that plot thread for real, and his dad's friends reveal that he used to do a lot of coke.
And he was like, oh, we used to do coke all the time!
This actually leads to what is a pretty good punchline.
Zach, you picture that? Your house is on fire, a fire truck pulls up, and then my dad gets out and he's like, let's fucking go! Woo! No helmet!
With one issue. When I was watching the special, I had no sense that we were getting this close to Pete's closing punchline. Closing bit, sure, but I was not at all prepared for the set to come to such an abrupt end, because there was so much filler in the story that I assumed there had to be something more to it, other than essentially one solid punchline before the show ends. Well, it kind of ends. Shortly afterward, Pete comes back out for one more story about his dad. Similarly, this is another story told to him secondhand by one of his dad's friends. This is about a trip the two of them took to the Poconos.
So one time, me and your dad went to the Poconos for a wedding.
Where I assume they used a drone to get some sweet shots of the Poconos Raceway. If you don't get that joke, don't worry. It was intended for literally one person. This story has many of the same problems as the previous story and the special as a whole. It's loaded with repetition, unnecessary details, and barely humorous jokes that are, at best, adjacent to the main story. After meandering through this filler for 2 minutes, Pete gets to the important part of the story, which is his dad's friend describing how he hooked up with the woman in the hotel room he was sharing with Pete's dad. After doing the deed, the friend notices a cigarette glow coming from the corner of the darkened room.
And I go, Scott, I've been looking for you. And he goes, hey guys, thanks for the free show.
Again, this is a pretty good joke, when Pete stops rambling and eventually gets around to it. To me, this is indicative of the problems with this special as a whole. There is something moderately funny to be found in here, but it's buried deeply under the rubble of forgettable material and aborted jokes that feel intended to accomplish little more beyond eat time. It also shows the glaring narrative and structural issues with this special. Now, I can see why Pete would break the special up the way he did. The story about his dad sitting in the cup chair is better throughout, but the punchline about his dad running into a burning building after a few nose beers is probably a better peak overall that he would have liked to end the show on. The problem is he took 2 decent jokes, spread them out over 8 minutes with unfunny filler, then put a fake ending in the middle so that the show came to a screeching halt, and ended up robbing his closing punchline of any significance. Surely there could have been a better way to integrate these 2 stories into one cohesive segment. Honestly, even just putting the Pocono story first probably would have worked out okay. There are no segues in this special anyway, so it just confuses me. That's how I feel about this special in general. I feel like it was thrown together in a hurry. There are 3 to 4 segments that you could generously call bits, but they are painfully dragged out with dozens of jokes and digressions that do little more than pad the runtime. This is before you even get into Pete regularly stopping the show to pause for extended periods of time, or the constant repetition and outright restarting of jokes halfway through. And I understand the irony in the fact that I'm kind of doing the same thing in my review, but it's important to drive this fact home because of how much of a core issue it absolutely is. In the past, I've talked about how some of the specials I've reviewed could have been whittled down significantly. Somebody should have taken a fucking chainsaw to this material. Half of it should have been cut, and the other half should have been significantly reworked.
Looks
These
so
issues
weird.
come together to make Alive from New York one of the worst specials I've encountered on this channel. Alive from New York is up there with the works of the Schaubs, Schumers, and D'Elias of the world, which is not a coveted place in stand-up history. This poses the question, Is it possible for a comic to come back from such a monumentally bad special? Enter Turbo Fonzarelli. And no, that isn't an unreleased Henry Winkler fighting game either. As I said in the beginning of this video, I didn't know what to expect going into Pete Davidson's comedy. After watching Alive from New York, I was in an even worse position. I was completely clueless, and frankly, a little nervous about what Davidson's most recent Netflix special, Turbo Fonzarelli, would entail. I mean, that name does not instill confidence. Could it possibly be worse than Alive from New York? My past experience with comedians like Brendan Schaub would tell me that, as hard as this is to believe, these things can happen. With that in mind, this was a night and day comparison. Turbo Fonzarelli isn't just better than Alive from New York, it's so much better that I have a hard time believing these two specials were made by the same guy. Every complaint I had about Alive from New York has been rectified in this special, or at the very least, improved upon. The first 4 to 5 minutes are probably the weakest part of the special for me. He works through a few smaller premises that don't exactly hit on all cylinders, like how he came up with good ideas while taking ketamine.
Like an Italian sleep aid called melatonin.
There is also a segment about Apple TV price gouging you on movies and some discourse on iPhones, which isn't bad per se.
Started renting movies on Apple? Fuck Apple and their rental service. Scumbags. Really? You're gonna make me own Jeepers Creepers too, you fucking assholes?
It's just pretty broad and generic. I think he was likely looking for some smaller jokes to open the special with before getting into the bit about how he's trying to get his mom to date again to get her off his back.
It's been 20 years of this fucking Nicholas Sparks bullshit. I'm tired of it.
It is in this bit that I think Pete's abilities as a comedian actually come through. This material is pretty iffy, and a bad comedian could turn it ugly real fast by mishandling it, similar to what he did with that whole finger-sucking bit on Alive from New York. Yeah, you thought you fucking forgot about that shit, didn't you? Well, no, you don't get to, because I don't get to. We will all have to remember that for the rest of our lives. On Turbo Fonzarelli, Pete handles the dicey material with surprising skill and aplomb.
Point where I might just fuck her just to get her off my back.
I have always thought one of the marks of a truly skilled comedian was the ability to do that high wire act, where they walk the audience into an uncomfortable situation or subject, then hold them there on the edge of uncertainty as to whether they should actually be laughing at these jokes or not. Louis C.K. was a master of this, in my opinion, and I would argue it's his trademark as a performer.
Because they do taste delicious, but they don't taste as good as a young boy does and should.
I'm not saying Pete Davidson is that good, but he does a serviceable job. There aren't many comedians who could venture into this territory, and there are even fewer who could create something interesting out of it other than shock value humor. But Pete does, and the joke is actually well structured, from comparing his mom's pussy to a refurbished iPhone, then to a classic car that used to be owned by an old man who died and his son kept it in the garage for 23 years, which results in a pretty clever callback joke.
Better make a move fast. I hear the son's thinking of keeping it for himself.
This leads to one of the few transitions or segues in the special, as Pete begins to talk about his mom always being too tired to help him deal with his problems as a kid, and her advice was usually just to take a nap.
And she'd be like, have you slept today? You look tired.
This was an issue for young Petey because when he was 10 years old, he thought he was gay, for Leonardo DiCaprio.
I was obsessed with Leonardo DiCaprio. I was in love.
Pete then goes on to talk about his appreciation for Leo. If I'm being honest, I think it's another one of the weaker parts of the special, and it feels the most like filler.
Looking at babes going, hey, I still fuck. Ugh.
Thankfully, it's not very long, and we get back around to the funny material when Pete talks about revealing his problem to his mom, who snaps.
And I go, I think I'm gay. And she goes, are you tired? And I go, no, I'm just... She goes, why do you think you're gay? I go, because of Leonardo DiCaprio. She goes, this is how you know you're gay. She goes, let me ask you this. Do you want to suck his dick?
Pete's performance here is great as he's reciting these absurd lines as his mother, interrogating him as to if he's really gay for Leo.
She goes, do you want to suck his dick? And I just keep going, because I don't know. You want to get fucked from behind, Peter? By Leonardo DiCaprio?
He's honestly kind of on fire here.
She goes, you get fucked from behind by Leonardo, and he's going to town.
His timing and delivery are very solid in my opinion.
I just said no, and she goes, not gay.
The bit about fulfilling a dying child's wish for the Make-A-Wish Foundation is similarly well written and delivered.
By the way, I'm not getting a lot of offers. Believe it or not, it's not a lot of people's dying wish to meet me. It's usually their wish for me to die, actually. Complete opposite.
It could have been another one-dimensional shock value bit, but Pete turned it into something interesting and different by describing how, since he doesn't have the equivalent of John Cena's belts to show the kids, he decided to share a bunch of his secrets, which he even described as being a cathartic experience.
He was so happy. I was so happy. And a huge weight was lifted off of me too. I got to tell him some stuff.
But over the coming days, he started to get nervous.
And a week went by, and I went on the Make-A-Wish website, and the kid was still alive.
I think it's somewhat obvious where Pete is going with this joke. But as I've said in the past, the direction of a joke being predictable is not automatically a bad thing. And I think Davidson managed to find an interesting perspective that led to several funny punchlines.
And then, finally, they called, and wish fulfilled.
This brings me to what I think is the best bit from Turbo Fonzarelli, and the one that takes it from being a solid special to actually being a pretty good one, in my view. That is Pete's story of his interactions with the stalker.
It's been a very sad year. I lost my stalker.
The story is pretty long. I think it's upwards of 20 minutes, which is a substantial chunk of the special. So I'm not going to pick over it in minute detail, partly because I think it's funny enough that I don't want to ruin a lot of it in case some of you want to watch. The way I see it, I don't think the length of this segment is to its detriment, because during this bit I think Pete's abilities as a storyteller stand out. He navigates a complex and interesting story of the multiple encounters he had with his stalker. That started with her showing up at his house with a t-shirt that had a picture of his face on it.
And it wasn't even a flattering photo.
Pete was uncertain of how to handle the situation, so he went to elementary school on her.
I was like, you can't be here, because this is where I go poopy.
In most other circumstances, I might find a line like this a bit cringe, but something about trying to explain to a mentally unstable person why they can't be at your house kind of makes it work.
She seemed a little nuts, I'm crazy, so crazy people could, we could tell.
Like, how would you handle it? Some fucking weird shit might come out of your mouth in that situation.
She's like, what? I was like, yeah, I go poopy here. She goes, ugh.
This leads to Pete's stalker showing up at his house while he was out of town and his mom was house sitting with her friend Terry. The stalker told Pete's mom that he was one of his friends, so his mom let her in and they all watched TV together for several hours before Pete's mom called him and said one of his friends was over.
I go, is she hot? And my mom goes, I go, you're under attack! Run for your fucking life!
Once Pete's mom learned of the true nature of the stalker, she called one of Pete's real friends, who is a cop. He then came over and apprehended the stalker before calling Pete to inform him that the stalker brought a present.
My boy just goes, oh! No! This is disturbing!
Now, I'm not going to spoil what the present was because I think it's a genuinely good twist that leads to several funny punchlines. But let's just say that it ties back to his initial meeting with the stalker. From here, they end up going to court so that Pete can get a restraining order. But as Pete learned, the stalker was declared mentally unfit to appear in court.
One chick is into me, off to the nut house.
Pete also learned that the stalker claimed she was communicating with him telepathically. Ultimately, Pete's stalker was given 6 months in a mental rehab facility, to Pete's chagrin.
What? I was like, that's not safe. I was like, that's the one place I'd bump into her.
If I'm being honest, I really like this whole segment, especially towards the end of Pete talking about the restraining order case, where he starts to pretend that he actually can communicate with a stalker telepathically. It's creative and amusing without drifting too far into wacky territory.
You weren't supposed to tell anybody that we could do this.
The stalker bit as a whole is not perfect, I'll admit that. There are several jokes, particularly the poop and Crohn's disease related bits, that are just childish and a bit weird to me.
I got a poopy butthole as well.
As a whole, I think it's very good though. Pete spins an entertaining yarn about what would be a very awkward and uncomfortable, if not genuinely frightening experience in real life. Mixed into this narrative are multiple asides and digressions that, unlike in A Line from New York, do not detract from the bigger story. They generally add to it and make it funnier. Yes, he exaggerated it, and he even admits doing so for legal reasons, which I have some mixed feelings about. However, I don't view this as being the same as Brendan Schaub outright lying about the fight with Travis Brown. Davidson didn't exaggerate the story to make himself look more heroic or his story more grandiose. It's a joke, and he exaggerated the joke to make it funnier, which most comedians do, But on this issue, I will let you guys form your own opinions. The next bit is about how Pete decided to move to the woods because his address got leaked.
I got super freaked out because my address got out.
To tell you the truth, this bit does feel a little bit like downtime compared to the rest of the special. It's really all in service of effectively one punchline, where Pete pretends to be a lord and demands that his black realtor show him the master bedroom.
Show me the master bedroom!
Which Pete didn't know was no longer called the master bedroom due to the connotations it had from slavery.
Don't interrupt the master!
I don't really think it's a bad bit. It certainly doesn't take away from the show, but it doesn't add anything either. If you were to ask me which segment of the special I would remove, it would probably be this one because it seems unnecessary. It's not bad enough to call it filler, but I do think it was a way of spacing out his stalker story and his closing bit, which is a story about how Pete's mom once made a fake Twitter account to defend him from trolls. The setup here is pretty simple. Pete's mother made a fake Twitter account to defend him from haters and trolls. She was clever enough to make the username JoeSmith1355, but still used her real name and picture in the profile.
But the profile name was Amy Davidson. Icing on top, profile picture, also Amy Davidson.
At the time, Pete only saw the username and thought a fan had his back, until the tweets defending him got too specific.
He may have thought he was gay as a child because of Leonardo DiCaprio.
After realizing it was his mom behind the JoeSmith1355 account, he called her up, where she asked him what gave it away, and he explained the username and picture.
She goes, "Ah, Terry!"
While the story about his mother defending him against trolls on Twitter is a bit short, I think it's concise and well delivered. The callback to the Leonardo DiCaprio joke from earlier is well executed, and the final punchline is a great way of putting a stamp on what turned out to be a surprisingly good special in my view. Is Turbo Fonzarelli a perfect special? Of course not, but few specials are. Is it a great special? That might be too much praise, but I think that will depend on your personal preference. Compared to A Live from New York, it felt like George Carlin in his prime. When I try to be objective and just view it for what it was, not in comparison to one of the worst specials I've ever seen, Turbo Fonzarelli is good, maybe even very good. It's definitely above average in my opinion. It's a well-conceived special. The stories are interesting and different. The pacing is good enough that a 50-minute special moves along at a good clip, without shoving something new in your face every 30 seconds. Aside from a couple of misses here and there, the jokes are well written, and it made me laugh or at least giggle frequently. Pete's delivery also deserves another mention because it's not just good relative to how bad it was on A Live from New York, it's genuinely good. Where he was meek, awkward, and lacking in confidence on A Live from New York, he actually feels like an experienced professional stand-up here. There is no stuttering, stumbling, mumbling, or awkward pausing. He delivers this material with confidence and, more importantly, personality. Even when discussing awkward or taboo subjects like his mother's sex life or a Make-A-Wish kid dying, he doesn't quail away. Even when a joke doesn't necessarily get a great reception, he doesn't let it act like a speed bump that completely fucks up his rhythm and pacing. He just keeps going, and at many points in the show, he's cooking. This is what I would expect from a seasoned comic on their third stand-up special. Personally, I think that confidence is a direct result of the second big improvement between Pete's two Netflix specials. The material is just better. Like Anthony Cumia's taste in women, A Live from New York was feeble and underdeveloped. There were arguably 4 bits on the whole special, and they were stretched out with filler like the comedic equivalent of a cheap hot dog. His material on this special feels like he put more effort into writing and working out the kinks through performing it. I'm not going to say every joke was a home run for me because some of them were still pretty weird.
Say cute things like, "I'm a crispy little dolphin." Yeah.
What is it with these guys and dolphins? Let's add another one to the checklist. Additionally, he still doesn't really segue between the larger chunks of the show, but all of those chunks are well written in my opinion. That said, when making a video like this, where I spent half of it talking about how bad his previous special was, it's hard not to compare them. What I will say is that there is a drastic difference between the two of them. Turbo Fonzarelli is significantly better in almost every conceivable way. What the takeaway from that is, I don't know. Why A Live from New York was so bad remains unclear to me. What this new special says to me is that Pete Davidson is not a shitty comic. He isn't a hack. he has some talent, and if given time to write material and work it out properly, Pete Davidson is capable of making a pretty solid special. Will he be able to do this again? That remains to be seen. But seeing somebody swing so wildly from such a terrible special to an honestly pretty good one is interesting. He arguably pulled himself back from the brink, in my opinion. I mean, imagine someone like Brendan Schaub or Amy Schumer coming out and dropping a 7 out of 10 special. It would be impressive. In that light, I'm kind of curious to see what Pete Davidson does next. As always, I'd like to thank you for watching, as well as liking, commenting, and subscribing. And a special thank you to my supporters on Patreon who help make these videos possible. Thank you. Trog Milker, Squirt, Jonas Namenson, Rusty Shackelford, Jackson, Fightback CBD, Mike Roballs, Bone CK, Gaius Anisha Patton, Scott Richmond, Random Candor, Fuzi Eunice,
La 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 la. No BRB. No BRB. What is wrong with me? Everything is DMCA. What do I do? What do I do? I can't turn on any music.
Come and celebrate the... And there was no antibiotics. And
there are people who investigate crime, and, you know, detectives, everybody from the crime world shows up at this thing.
who are the consumers of the crime-related material? Like, I'm sort of picturing white middle-aged women.
Yes.
Is the predominant
This
crew.
is true. And I'm not sure exactly why that is the predominant audience, because personally, with the Predator investigations, the takedown investigations on True Blue, I have a lot of guys watching that, you know, from age 13 to age 73.
Yeah,
But women are consumers of it too.
I think there's this. Here's my belief. I think we need to have some sense of fear and some sense of jeopardy, and as an animal, like sort of as a species. And nature used to provide that. You know, there were wolves around, and to keep at bay, and there was food that would kill you, and everything would kill you, and everything else. And there was no antibiotics, and so you step on something rusty, you could die. Right. And then
Life was edgy.
We started pumping in a lot of air conditioning and
Creature comforts,
triple glazed windows and patio doors and things like that. And I think people sort of went, well, I'm going to have to go outside of this to satiate that. And so lots of horror movies and things like that. And I think for women, that demographic is sort of, well, not rich, but comfortable people who don't really have, they're not staring street crime down the barrel. You know, they're not running serpentine to the mailbox because some gangbanger's shooting at them or whatever.
Trying to get their check out of the mail.
Right. They're kind of, they have an appetite for that.
I think they do, and I think you hit it on the head. It's the fact that everybody wants to be a detective. Everybody wants to solve the crime. So if you can take people along on this journey of discovery, take them inside the commission of the crime, you know, like we do with the Predator investigations, they watch it happen. And then in our case, you see justice meted out and the guy get arrested. You see that in the other crime shows too. And I also think that these stories at the end of the day are a battle between good and evil, right? These stories are as old as the Bible. And there's always been a fascination from the beginning of humanity with these types of stories. Who wins? Does somebody get away with it? How long does it take to track them down? What went into it? And what don't I know about this case? It's the ultimate mystery to solve.
You know, I bring this up periodically, but many, many years ago, I was interviewing a dominatrix or a mistress, ma'am, or wherever she ran a place that took guys and beat them, and they put a bit in their mouth. They pulled their women around like a cart because they were like a little pony.
Right.
And
that I don't get.
Yeah, I know, but I surmised that all the blue collar guys I ever worked with, they would go out and maybe they wanted a prostitute, but they basically wanted the best looking and the cheapest they could find, and that they'd be happy. But they didn't want to be beat with a cat of nine tails or put in a diaper.
They were very focused on their mission. And I worked with those guys too, hauling drywall. They knew where to go. They knew what to do.
Right. But it struck me, I was like, I've said to the mistress, I was like, who is your demographic? And it's not poor guys, and it's not longshoremen. It's captains of industry. It's guys that didn't have these problems, and all of a sudden they wanted to be put down and called dumb and dirty and stuff. It's guys who ran whole departments, you know.
Right. Well,
because in real life, when you work blue-collar jobs, that is your life. You're being put down. And your idea of a vacation is going to a casino with a buffet and getting a prostitute. So it strikes me, much like the crime-solving women, it's not the ones that are in crime-ridden areas. It's the ones that don't really have predators in the wild that seem so enthusiastic about it.
Well, it's intriguing, right? Because you're right. It's not a part of their normal environment.
Right.
You know, yes, anybody could be the victim of a crime, and I guess that's what makes some of this so relatable, but it's not a part of their life.
Right.
You know, they're not getting their home broken into generally. Their kids are not getting kidnapped, but it could happen online. And so you want to know everything about when it does happen for a couple of different reasons. One, to protect your own household, and two, it's fascinating to go live in that world for a little bit.
I think the reason this stuff is able to fester is that it's so unthinkable to sort of normally wired people that it's why we got screwed in 9/11. I've said this all the time. You go, well, what happened? Well, these guys flew an airplane. Who would do that? Well,
Exactly. It's a lack of imagination.
They go, yeah, but they're in the airplane. They're not going to fly the airplane into the thing. If they're in the airplane, yes, they are.
Yeah.
Like, no, come on, who would do that? These guys have families.
These guys would
you know what I mean? So, to lay people, we sit around and go, who would do this? No one. I don't know who would do this. I would never do it. So it seems so exotic that it almost gets swept under the rugs.
Well,
or
I
used
also
to.
think when you see somebody committing a crime like this, in a recent sting, we had a doctor, 41 years old, you know, a kidney specialist. He's chatting.
Is that the one from the pool party?
Yes, exactly. Yeah,
Uh-huh,
so those were other guys, but the pool party guys.
Right.
The whole way, the one of them is saying, "Is this a Chris Hansen sting? Is this a Chris Hansen sting?" Sends the decoy an article from the newspaper saying, "You know, the local sheriff works with Chris Hansen sometimes down here," and still shows up.
Mm-hmm.
And they're like two bears in a pool,
right?
Thinking that they just, you know, hit a home run here until I walk out. And then the whole party changes.
God, I would find that so marvelously uncomfortable. I wouldn't know what to do. I'd have weird.
Jerry Lee
and
Lyric were the two guys
who showed up to the pool party.
Now the doctor was another strange thing because, the guy says he's a doctor. Is he really a doctor? But do the background on him. Maybe he is. He's driving. Is he actually going to show up? It's the last guy on a 3-day sting. He would be the 12th or 13th guy to show up over 3 days. And it's taking forever, and he's lost in traffic. It's if he's a doctor, how can he, be so dense as not to find the place? Well, just as we're about to give up, and he's wearing his fleece that has the medical center where he practices medicine as a kidney specialist on his fleece. Walks in, he sees the undercover sheriff's employee posing as the girl, big hug, and sits down on the couch and tries to explain to this alleged 15-year-old what he does for a living, which goes on and on and on until I decide to interrupt the conversation and bring him to the kitchen table.
I was speaking about on this show because how things have changed. It reminded me with the Megyn Kelly stuff, and Megyn Kelly was trying to do this sort of inelegantly worded Weinstein thing. She said Epstein, sorry, she said barely legal, and I was sort of saying I think she's talking about that magazine, Barely Legal, and then I realized there was a magazine that was popular called Barely Legal from, I looked it up, 1993 was its inception, but we have, that would not fly today. You could not go to a 7-Eleven and buy a version of a magazine called Barely Legal
With
today.
People of age posing as children.
Right.
I mean, to me, that's like AI child porn.
Yes.
And there's a reason why that's illegal. But, the Epstein case, I mean, we are still, I was at, my wife and I went to an awards dinner for a group called Child USA. And their job is to lobby in different states to make sure that the statute of limitations doesn't run out on victims, like the victims of the Epstein case. And we're going to have some of these survivors and some of the people who represent them on my podcast, Have a Seat with Chris Hansen, coming up. But there is still a lot we don't know about the Epstein case.
Well, what's your head on it as someone who knows the territory pretty well? I am happily know nothing about this subject, and I know that when somebody gets sexually molested or abused or something, they end up taking it out sexually. Oftentimes, you oftentimes create another abuser,
right, another generation,
and that's the insidious part of this. But I don't know the whole Epstein thing. I have no thoughts about. I really don't know anything.
This is a guy, based upon what I've seen, and I've followed it. I'm not by any means the Epstein expert. That's up to, Julie K. Brown and the team at the Miami Herald who broke all this stuff and got these survivors to speak out, which allowed the federal government, the U.S. Attorney's Office in the Southern District of New York, to prosecute these cases. The fact that they were able to get these people to speak out. They thought that they would never get their say because this guy was so wealthy and so powerful. And was so on the inside with all these people. I remember the 2008 case, he basically got a slap on the wrist. He had to do, weekends in the county jail. And then he gets out and he's accepted by all these people. But this is a guy who had a propensity for youngish girls who would find them in vulnerable situations, Ghislaine Maxwell recruiting in some cases and others, and get them in and say, okay, you're just going to be a massage therapist, right? And then incrementally, in order to get excited, he kept going younger. So the first rap on him was, okay, these girls were right on the edge of being legal and they're being paid for their services. It's grotesque, but maybe it wasn't a classic predator case, but it was. And it built to that because he had underage girls in there who were abused, who were not believed because a wealthy, powerful guy would say, she's lying, didn't happen.
Well, he was connected as well.
He was connected. Well, look at all the Prince Andrew stuff.
Yeah,
I mean, he's toast now. He thought he was going to get away with it. And that interview he did with the BBC
several years ago,
a couple years ago, was disastrous.
Yeah. Well,
I mean, talk about the height of arrogance.
He made one point. One point in that
I
is
don't
that
know her.
in the
How about that picture over there?
Falklands Island, campaign or whatever he was in, he did explain that he lost his ability to produce sweat. He couldn't sweat.
Right.
which was an interesting thing. But I just thought the one chance he had was, look, if I could sweat, don't you think I'd be sweating right now? Because you got a light and a camera in my face, and we're sitting there talking about me being a pedophile, essentially. But that was years ago. I mean, that was 8 or 10 years ago or something now. Then he sort of hung around, and now he's gone.
He's not in the
Tower of London or something.
He's not in the Tower of London, but he's living, in the in-laws' quarters, off property.
It is funny when you have a job where essentially you just have to move quarters.
Yeah.
I lived in my dad's garage in North Hollywood, but that wasn't me shifting quarters per se.
Yeah.
But so who do you think, you look, first off, you look at the flight logs, and as a guy who's flown on Mark Garagos' plane 24 times, sometimes with him and sometimes without him, I can tell you nobody says no to a free private flight.
Well, I think that's how
he
lured some of these people.
I'm not going to judge Tom Hanks or whomever for being on a free flight, because I've done it a million times. You don't vet the person's scruples and morals. There's plane you play on. You just go, thanks for the ride.
I'm sure, had people known.
Yeah, but going to the island is different than catching a ride somewhere else.
Well, that's exactly right. Or if you're going to an AIDS conference in Africa, there's some, good reason to be going there. And again, that first case, the case where he did the Country Club County Jail sentence, where he got the sweetheart deal, that was not highly publicized.
No.
I mean, it was around there. I remember in 2015, 2016, some guys and former law enforcement guys who were working for lawyers in this case, I had several meetings with them, and I tried to figure out a way to formulate a sting to see if we could do something and expose this guy, if in fact he was continuing this activity, which they suggested he was. But the layers of security and to get in and to figure it out, it wasn't feasible to do. I was thinking too big about it, as opposed to doing what the Miami Herald did, was just chipping away, and get these interviews and getting these people to go on the record. That was the way to go about that particular story. There wasn't an element, at least that I could come up with at the time, 10 years ago, where we could do a hidden camera type investigation.
And what's your take on the sort of politicizing of it? Like, there's all kinds of talk about the Democrats don't want it to come out, the Republicans don't want it to come out. Well, why didn't Biden release it when he was in charge? Then if they wanted to come out, like, are there names on there? And are there names that are going to be eye-opening to people? Or have we already sort of thrown the names around?
I think the names have been thrown around. Now, I could be surprised on this. And, as I mentioned, we're digging around in it to see if there's anything more that's shocking, surprising, or that people need to know about. And if I come across it, you'll be among the first to hear about it. But I think a lot of it has been out there, at least talked about, and already been in the press. It's not every investigation conducted by the FBI, do they at some point release all the files? Right. There's been this hue and cry in this particular case because there are suspicions on both sides, and yes, both sides are politicizing it.
Aura. Well, if you're like me, you may be a last-minute shopper. The panic, empty shelves, running out of ideas. That's why I love Aura frames. Perfect for personal gifts that really hits home. I mean, you get a little older, you have some money, you have stuff. You want stuff personalized. Always struggle finding the right gifts for the people who have everything. But an Aura frame, they get unlimited photos and video to make.
He figured out this was creepy stuff. He got out of it.
Yeah, I mean, it's a thing, you'll notice guys have a preference. Like, I was thinking about John Derek. John Derek, I don't know exactly what it was, a film director, married Bo Derek.
Right.
Bo Derek's name's Bo Derek.
She was a 10.
She was a 10. A funny movie back in the day.
Sure.
But the point is when you look at Linda Evans and all the people he dated, they look like carbon copies of each other. And they would age out. And then he'd kick out the 38-year-old and get the 18-year-old. Right. But you go, I know what that guy's into.
Right.
And that's what it is. And he didn't shift that much. It's not like, well, in between he dated Whoopi Goldberg and then he went back to Linda Evans type. he just had a time, you know. And guys are gay, guys are straight, guys are boob guys and ass
like
guys.
blondes, guys like
right,
redheads,
they have
guys
a
like
type.
brunettes,
And,
right.
and I would say Trump's type are great-looking model women, blonde, usually. But usually, if you've been in the public eye for a long time, you kind of declare a major, and your type starts to, Robert De Niro dates African-American women.
Right.
So that's his type. Okay, fine, his type. But I don't know if you can hang out in the public eye for 40 years and be into underage chicks and have it not
Leak
take
out
a
someplace.
form, a theme at some
Well,
point.
it's criminal activity.
Right. So, we knew what Epstein was up to, but I'm looking for a theme with the other guys, and Trump's theme is just sort of Euro hot.
Right. And look, no one has said to me, or no one has said to anyone who's in my business who's reported on it, that Trump engaged in this sort of thing. I think he just, what happens sometimes is these guys say, once we get into power, we're going to release it all, we're going to do it all, and gets the base all wound up, and then they get there, and they're expecting all this stuff, almost like a Pizzagate type thing.
Right.
And when they get there, there's no more there than what we already knew about.
Yeah.
And then there's this disappointment and allegations of a cover-up, and what are they hiding? And, now they've said, go ahead and release all this stuff, and we'll see if they
Do you think he killed himself in his prison cell?
I do.
You do?
I do.
Yeah, I've heard a little Dr. Bowden or whatever,
yeah.
which I used to watch. You ever watch that show?
Yeah, sure. I've met him, Michael Bowden. He's
the best. It was a series. Maybe it was on HBO back in the day. I'm trying to think. All the macabre, crazy stories, but the best was the sort of professor with the young bride, and she died young, and he exhumed her and brought her back.
I remember that.
And was like reanimating her as best he could, turned into a sex doll, essentially. And some point they found out what he was doing, and they went and buried her again, and he went and got her again, and they were just sort of matter-of-factly discussing what he was doing, but something with a silk sleeve in the vaginal tube or something like that. Like, it was as creepy
How do you
as
even
you could get.
think that up?
I
mean, that's a broken, dark, twisted human being.
Well, the thing,
I mean, and by the way, I've seen that scenario before in local news and afterwards reporting. People have, exhumed on their own dead bodies and used them in ritualistic sexual ways.
It's kind of a thing.
Unimaginable to most of us, but it's happened.
It's kind of the Aaron Hernandez thing, which is like you go, that guy is a young, hot NFL star, good looking, rich, big contract. What's he doing with these gangbangers and and it's like, that's who he is, man.
Right.
That's the answer. That's who he is. And this guy's, he'll throw it all away to he's got a career, he's a physician, he's noted in this community. Why would you risk? And it's like, that's what it is.
You can't help it.
No.
And at some level, you're right.
No, but but also, I feel like the sexual compunction part of life transcends all that. I mean, people don't take, they go, I'm not going to drive without auto insurance. Like, I'm not doing it. I can't take that. What if somebody got hurt and I got my home taken away or something? They'll be pretty responsible in many facets of life, like the doctor may have been.
Well,
but when it comes to this,
these guys compartmentalize too.
Yes.
I mean, they have their freak. They do this and they operate in a regular part of life. I mean, look at this coach in Virginia.
Yeah, what
You're
is
still
that
looking
story?
For him. Well, the story is that
is it high school?
It's a high school in Virginia, and he had an undefeated season. He's been in the football program for many years. His son came through the system. I think his dad was a coach, a sports coach in the same jurisdiction. And as they're wrapping up this undefeated season, suddenly law enforcement wants to talk to him about allegations of having child pornography and solicitation of a minor online. So they're going over there to interview the guy, and he disappears. We now hear that he went off into the woods with a gun. So I'm doing the criminal math here. I suspect they're going to find a body someplace.
Travis Turner's his name.
Yes, Travis Turner, exactly. And so the worried, grief-stricken wife is trying to figure out what the hell is going on. The school district's trying to figure out what the heck's going on. And his poor kids are trying to figure out and come to terms with
His players or his kids.
He has children of his own. He's been happily married for 25 years. So imagine that poor woman. This is what I always talk about, the collateral damage.
Oh.
You know, what happens to the wife, the girlfriend, the children of these guys that get caught up in my investigations. And that's what really rocks me and disturbs me the most. These people are left to pick up this mess that this guy was able to create and leave them in the wake of.
Well, here's a weird philosophical, hypothetical question. Would you have more respect for a guy who just went off to the woods and killed himself, leaving his kids behind, versus a guy who just brought it to trial, thus putting his kids through the trial, essentially, and having to deal with that?
I have mixed emotions about that. I understand that it might be a noble thing to say, look, I'm a horrible human being. I'm going to end my life and save my family the grief of going through this process. I think the criminal justice system and the victims, the survivors, are left without justice because he was not held accountable and forced to go to prison and deal with the scenario that these guys often deal with, which is the true punishment and the true measure of justice, I think, for these guys who commit these crimes. I mean, you know, they're treated in a whole different way in prison.
Is there any such thing as a guy entering the penal system and not having everybody in the prison know what he was in for?
I don't think that happens.
It doesn't, but why isn't it doable?
Because everybody wants to know. You talk to J.D. DeLay, right? He's a content creator. I've had him on my shows. He's a great guy. Spent, a decade and a half in crime and cleaned up his life, got it together. He'll tell you stories about prison. The first thing these guys do is, where's your papers? What are you in for? They want to know. We had a guy, remember the rabbi got caught in one of the early Predator investigations? He goes to federal prison for 6.5 years. Bench trial, they find him guilty. And nobody really knows what he did. Well, all the inmates are in the cafeteria watching Predator Raw, the extended versions that show on MSNBC, and his episode comes up.
Oh, boy.
So he had a rough go after they figured that out.
I just, I find it interesting that in prisons, they got cell phones, they get drugs, everyone does your rap sheet. Like, it's insane what will do. Like, you go, wait a minute, why do these guys have cell phones? It's like, they bribe the guard brings them in.
Mark Garagos about this. I had him on my show, and we talked about the Menendez brothers and the infraction that, was perhaps slowing down that process. And I was shocked, right? It takes a lot to shock me. But I was shocked at how prevalent the cell phones are in the prison system. Apparently it's sort of like a, wink and a nod secret that these, if these inmates aren't causing problems in other ways, they will be able to sneak in a cell phone and they'll be able to communicate or text or do whatever with the outside.
Well, somebody made sense of something once when I was talking to somebody, prison guard or something, and I just said, conjugal visits, like Tex Watson had 4 kids from inside the joint. I think he sired 4 kids. He's a Manson killer, right? And he has 4 kids. I go, I don't like that conjugal visit. I don't want this guy having kids inside. And the only time anyone ever made sense of it, they go, the guard or whatever went, I know you don't like it, but it keeps them right, because if A, keeps them from boiling over, but B, we get to use it. Right. Like, you get out of line, we're going to cancel your conjugal visit.
Yeah. It's like having the death penalty for certain crimes. The prosecutor has a tool to say, look, you can plead guilty to this and do this, or we're going to go to trial with the death penalty. Up to you. It's a hammer over a criminal's head.
Yeah, the Luigi Mangione thing's going on out there right now, and the latest is they went through his backpack,
Yeah.
they didn't get a warrant, but then the rule, for those who want to know, is anything within your reach
Right.
they can kind of go through, and it makes
Well,
sense.
it
You
could
think
be
could have
dangerous.
explosives in his
Exactly.
backpack.
Well, let me give you an example. The same sting that we did in Louisiana, where the doctor showed up and the pool party guy showed up, a young guy walked in, 20 years old, was going to exploit a child, came in, did the huggy thing, had the conversation, and you're sitting there talking to him, and as the father to young men who are older than him, you could start to, God, did this kid make a one-off mistake? Am I being too hard on the kid? And blah, 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 back and forth. And we go through the whole interview. He gets taken away. He brought a backpack with him. And guess what was in the bottom of that backpack when they searched it after they arrested him? Sitting on the table the whole time I was talking to him. A loaded .38 pistol.
Right.
Right? So what does he do with that? Number one, to anybody on the set, right? He wouldn't have got a shot off because we have designed this for security reasons. But I think about, what would he have done had he been alone with a child and he wanted to make a porn video with her and it didn't go his way and he's got this gun. Does he force her? Does he shoot her? Does he kidnap her? What does he do? But the point of the story was there was a gun in that backpack. There was a gun in this backpack, and the police have a right to take a look if they think there's a potential danger there. I don't think, look, he's got a stellar defense team, and they're going to give him everything they've got reputationally, and I get the sense that they're being paid a whole lot of money to do it. So they're gonna fight the prosecution at every turn. But at the end of the day, and I've covered a lot of trials, I don't think there's anything there that gets overturned or any significant evidence that gets suppressed in this case.
You said you guys have security at your stings, and that guy wouldn't have gotten a shot off. How does that work?
Well, the first rule of security is you don't discuss security, but suffice it to say that, barriers are set up, people are in places that would protect both me and everybody else on the set, and it's designed to have as much control as you can have. Now, look, the edgy nature of this obviously is part of what makes it so insanely popular. You're watching the commission of a felony. You're watching the confrontation of somebody who's just committed the felony. You watch their body and you listen to the things they say, and we go back and forth. There's a dark sense of humor to it. And I will be a smartass with these guys sometimes if they try to get that way with me. But the danger, the inherent danger to it is part of what makes it popular. But we've, as best as we can, made it as safe as it can possibly be.
What's your take on P. Diddy? I don't know if we talked since the sentencing.
Well, we were sitting here the day they raided his houses in Los Angeles.
Oh,
I remember
yes.
because I got
That's
a
right.
text and we
That's
started
right.
talking about it.
Yeah, I mean, he's got a couple more years. It looks like he got into trouble as well inside the joint for, I'm trying to think what, having some material or something.
Yeah, I think
like
he had
that.
a cell phone and
More cell phone
Yeah.
stuff. But what's your head on that?
Well, I think he was a really bad guy doing bad stuff, right?
Mhm.
He that video came out, him beating Cassie, and obviously that encouraged law enforcement to step it up. In many of these cases, whether it's R. Kelly or any of these other high-profile cases, Bill Cosby, the civil suits are a template for a criminal investigation. So in this case, Homeland Security and the other investigators were, they were handed a great criminal case because of all the information that was in the civil cases. So they went out and they took what they took, and I think they, did they overcharge him? Is it difficult for a jury to come to grips on a racketeering charge when there's only one person charged, when the essence of racketeering is conspiring with others?
Right.
Yeah, I think that was a hard thing for this jury to digest.
Yeah.
Mann Act and other things. Now, look, they convicted him on what they thought they could convict him of those crimes, and that's it. But those crimes carry, pretty light sentences for somebody who's not been convicted of a crime before. So if you take the horrible beating video out of it and all the talk of, forced sex and hiring prostitutes to do things to people that would physically harm them for his prurient satisfaction and interest, yeah, it's horrible and it's gross and he's a bad human being. But at the end of the day, there are crimes for which he was committed, and there are penalties that are structured into the law. And I think what we saw was a reasonable sentence from a reasonable judge based upon the convictions that were rendered against him.
Yeah, he got into trouble for being on a three-way phone call.
Yes.
And I knew it was something with a phone, but I was like, it's not cell phone. He somehow was talking to his lawyer, and his lawyer patched somebody else in or something, which...
I thought it was involved with a cell phone, but I couldn't.
Well, you had the phone call part right. It was somehow it's illegal to have a three-way phone call.
Well, because
from in the
all
joint.
prison calls are monitored. And so if you circumvent that monitoring, which is why they, at least the law, the rules are on the cell phone, they can't monitor.
Yeah, it seemed like they got over their skis in terms of prosecuting him, and then it was sort of like, it's always a weird position, like if you ever find yourself in court and your attorney stands up and goes, look, Chris Hansen may be a world-class asswipe, but there's no law against being a bad dude. You have to sort of sit there and go like,
you gotta listen to all the stuff, but it's, the
but
jury
that
has
was
to
sort of
make
the
its decision
case. There's
based
no
on
law against just being a horrible person. And we'd like to put him in there for that, but the Mann Act stuff, I mean, from a guy who lives in L.A. and has been to Vegas 200,000 times. There used to be a Southwest flight just called the stripper flight. Well, Fridays at noon or whatever, all the strippers would fly to L.A. and go to Vegas, and if you took one of them back to Sherman Oaks or something, now there's a Mann Act going on. Like, it seemed he seemed like a bad guy, but it also just seemed a little crazy to me. And
overcharging.
Yeah, and it also seemed like they were trying, they want to get some pelts and they want to make a name for themselves. And
look, if they want to indict you, they can go to a grand jury and indict you. You can get a grand jury to do just about whatever you want. You got to get it to trial.
Yeah, what worries me is like the Mike Nifung Duke Lacrosse thing, where they just go, look, I'm running for election. This would look good.
Well, that was an extreme case.
Yes, it was an extreme case.
I remember when Ed Bradley of 60 Minutes did the seminal story on that. And arguably, he was the only guy who had the credibility for a lot of reasons to really do it.
Ed Bradley.
Ed Bradley of 60 Minutes.
Yeah, black, so it made sense.
So anyway, he took on the DA. And he interviewed the kids. And the kids and their lawyers took a risk by talking to any reporter, but they did. And he laid this thing bare. And I remember asking one of my producers who used to work at 60 Minutes for his email, because I wanted to send him a note, because it was an exceptional piece of journalism. And it was gutsy at a time when, people are like, oh, well, these guys are jocks and they're over there, they're doing stuff they shouldn't be doing, and so this frat boy thing has to be punished. And all that's true, and they shouldn't have been doing what they're doing, but they didn't rape a girl.
Right.
They shouldn't have a stripper at a house off campus. That's bad judgment. But they didn't commit a crime.
Right.
And Ed Bradley laid that out, and he graciously wrote me right back. It was not long before he passed away. And said thank you, and we chatted back and forth. But it was that was outrageous.
Ed Bradley. Now I gotta figure it out. But in the pantheon of old guys who decided to get a ear piercing late in life, and then Harrison Ford was probably watching that interview with Mike Nifung and like, hey man, that old timer looks pretty good with an earring. Because most guys don't make that move in their 60s. Right. It's something you do when you're 19 or 20 or something.
But it never bothered me that Ed Bradley did it. When Ed Bradley did it, it was cool. If I was going to do it, it looked douchey,
I'm trying to think Trump. I'm trying to think like who is the worst? Who would be the worst with an earring?
Oh, it looked goofy.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Now, once in college, 100 years ago, I forget what we were doing, but people would involve vodka and probably some other stuff. And the next day I knew a girlfriend had on a bet, it pierced my ear, which I wore a earring for 10 minutes. And
really?
It was on a bet.
She did the one where she iced it up and
I think it was iced and a potato or an apple on the other end. Just put some alcohol on it, probably vodka on it. Just boom, right through it.
Nice.
I had it for a minute, and I decided it was silly, and it all healed up, and that was the end of that.
All right, let's try to think. Who's one of the best? Jimi Hendrix, good earring wearer.
Yes, good earring.
I believe I'm looking at you, Dawson. Lead singer from Thin Lizzy.
Phil Lynott.
Phil Lynott probably wore good earring.
Well, Keith Richards occasionally.
Keith
would wear
Richards,
one.
where
The feather and
anybody,
the shark's
anyone
tooth,
that
I
can
mean,
pass
you
as
know.
a pirate looks pretty
Phil
good.
Lynott looks a lot like Johnny Depp in that kind
Yeah,
of.
Johnny Depp pulls it off. Yeah.
Right, Chris Hansen, no. Bill Belichick,
No.
no.
Unless the gal wanted him to do it. He probably-
Yes,
he
young
probably-
cheerleader. Yeah, you should pay a visit to his house.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, there's Phil. Now you wore it well. That's a good earring call right
call.
there. Yeah. Then there's a band called Golden Earring, but I bet their lead singer didn't have a golden earring.
How
but
could you
Thin
not?
Lizzy had an earring.
Golden earring. I
But-
remember that band.
So I'm trying to think like who would be Jed Clampett would be bad. We can't just keep picking white guys though. We got to spread it around a little bit. I think Obama could pull off a small stud, but just it would have to be tasteful. Couldn't be a big hoop.
Yeah, I don't know.
you know?
Not with an Oxford suit. He wears such nice clothes. It would
Mm.
be weird to have the earring with it.
Mm-hmm.
I think.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. All right. Are you familiar with this new thing that's going on? This Roblox? Is it called?
Roblox.
Roblox.
We've got Roblox, which is a insanely popular gaming platform, specifically marketed to children as young as 5 years old. The characters in these different games look like Lego characters, and it's a platform where you can go to play games. It's a platform where you can create a game and put it on there. And it's been around about 15 years. We've been working on an investigation for about 6-8 months now at True Blue, my streaming crime network. And what we've uncovered is shocking. There's been a lot of reporting about this too, and the company has claimed that they're making security advances. But what was going on historically is that predators knew and know all these children are there, and they can go to different games and rooms and meet children, and they can give them Roblox currency, Robux, and induce them into doing all kinds of things, unknowingly creating child pornography, getting them to do stuff to their children. And it's so rampant. In one county in Florida, in Marion County, Florida, there was a case where a young man was arrested for exploiting at least a dozen children on Roblox. And in the same county, a 10-year-old girl was victimized by a predator on Roblox who was operating from the UK. So this is just in one little county in Florida. And it's going on everywhere. I interviewed a guy who's 30 years old, and he was exploited on Roblox 15 years ago. And he's a former Marine. This guy can deadlift 200 or 607 pounds. Excuse me, 716 pounds. And he was brought to tears talking about how he was groomed and exploited by somebody on Roblox. And so, Roblox, which has been on a PR offensive, they did a New York Times podcast the other day, and it was disastrous. I'm trying to get them to sit down and talk to me. So far, they've refused. They don't want to answer my questions.
In 2024, they made $3.6 billion in revenue. How do they make their money?
They make their money through a lot of different ways, but they people go on there. There's obviously advertising, and there's licensing fees, and all kinds of different things that people have access to there. And when you use Robux and there's a transaction, they take 35%. So there is a scenario where if somebody paid a child for child porn, or paid something for child porn, and they did it with Roblox would get a 35% VIG on that transaction.
Robux, which is the currency.
Correct.
And Roblox is the company. Where are they out of?
San Mateo, California.
Oh, so they're local boys.
Yeah.
And you said they did a sit down with
the New York Times podcast, and they, in other words, I've been in discussions with them for months now, and I had a Roblox press person tell me, I'm not gonna put my guy out there with you because you've obviously interviewed this young guy named Michael Schlepp, who's been a advocate.
The Marine.
No. This is another
Someone
guy.
else.
This is a young man, 22-year-old. He's wildly popular on social media. In fact, we did a Roblox panel at CrimeCon earlier this year in Denver, and the Schlep kid, went to Roblox and said, "Look, this is going on. Let me be a part of the solution." He ended up catching a bunch of predators. What did Roblox do? They banned him from the site, as opposed to saying, "You could be our emissary and help us do this." So. They told me, because I interviewed Michael Schlep and because I interviewed the Attorney General for the state of Louisiana, which has sued Roblox along with 3 other attorneys general, including the one in Florida, which has launched a criminal probe. So this is getting very serious now. They said, well, no, it's a hit piece. We're not going to do it. So now I'm in the position where I've got to consider a spontaneous interview with a representative of the company.
Is that sort of waiting in the parking lot?
Maybe.
Would you like some sweet tea and Toll House cookies?
Yeah.
I was just thinking of Crime Con, and I realized
It's a great event. I'm
I would hate
exhausted
it,
after.
but I'm also picturing, all these cons, Comic-Con, you have to dress up in an outfit. So they got a bunch of, Lizzie Bordens running around. What do they dress as?
They dress regular clothes, street clothes. And
Nobody does. They're going to start theming out. That's where it goes.
Well, there's a crime con.
You're going to get the
cruise,
Menendez
too.
twins in there. You're going to have them all.
Right. The only cruise I've ever gone on was the Crime Con cruise last year.
Oh, wow.
So they do a cruise, and the guys who Red Seat, and the guys who run it, they're not only genius businessmen, but they're really good guys. They know what they're doing. That's the platform where my podcasts are. Fox bought it, and
yeah, Megyn Kelly's there.
All that. And so, when they ask you to do something because they've done so much for me, you tend to do it. Now, I'm not a big cruise guy, but I'll tell you, you can make fun of it, but the connection that you make with the people who consume your content is so organic and so close. My wife and I were on this cruise, right? We stopped for coffee someplace, and you see 2 people come up who are obviously physically challenged, husband and wife, on their scooters. And they said hello, and we took some time, and we were chatting with them. These people left their home in Alabama in their van, had to load up their scooters, go to the thing, go through all the stuff that somebody who's physically challenged has to go through to get on a cruise to hear guys like me talk. Well, then you better be on your best behavior, and you better do your job, because these are the kind of people who, are supporting you. And
I've
so,
done fan
you gotta
cruises.
go,
I like
you gotta
it.
do that stuff.
Yeah,
But it hit me in a way. I've always been very thankful to the people who follow me, from local news, 50, 45 years. But this particular moment got me in a way that almost makes me tear up. I mean, these people are just salt of the earth, wonderful people. And, money people could do whatever they want. They didn't have to go to a CrimeCon cruise. They did it because they appreciated the work that we do for them.
Bub's Naturals, getting older. Well, hit me harder than I thought.
That's DRA.
I agree, and people do that. Oh, I know it's such a hassle after the
that's
show,
your
taking
job.
pictures and stuff like that. Taking pictures, that's awesome.
If that's the worst thing you have to do, I mean, live in the moment, make them feel special, thank them for their support.
Yeah, and then they'll usually, it's weird because they'll tell you what big fans they are, and they'll actually make you feel better. And so you're not really doing them a favor, they're doing you a favor because they're telling you how much they love you.
Also, people are watching you when you don't know they're watching you.
Right?
And it reminds you to be a good human in general. Even when you're not at CrimeCon talking to fans, even when you're going to the Michigan State football game and you're supposed to be next in line, but you let the people go instead. All that adds up.
I agree.
Into this soup of support that feeds us in this business.
What, it seems almost impossible to pull off a crime these days with science, DNA, not to mention just a ring
how about
doorbell
being
everywhere.
Surveilled? I mean, how many times do you think you were on a camera on your way to the
I don't know that you could make it 9 feet without being filmed. Like
Probably not.
they literally show the only person they can't find is the guy who put the bomb at the DNC headquarters. That's the only person we
Well, the
can't
Unabomber
find.
for years.
And the Unabomber, but that was pre all of this
Yeah, no, that was
technology.
80s and 90s.
So you're not going to get away with it these days. It doesn't mean they're not going to try. But I'm trying to think of like what crimes would have been pretty easily solvable, like the famous one with the Navy surgeon doctor killed, accused of killing his wife and family, whatever.
Yeah, Army surgeon.
Right, Army surgeon.
Yeah,
right.
I know.
That thing always perplexed everybody all the time.
Well,
Give me
he
the
went
name
to
of that
trial.
case. Right.
Twice, I think. Then they convicted him the second time around.
Right. But the neighbor would have the Ring doorbell and would see the
Yeah.
hippies coming in with the knives and it'd be done, right? What was that story? Dr. Famous, super famous
There've been
murder.
movies on it.
Yeah, movies on it, everything on it. But those, let's see. He was accused of murder of his Jeffrey McDonald, former USA Army captain, physician, convicted 1970 murders, pregnant wife Colette, and their 2 young daughters. And I think his Fort Bragg, he claimed some like marauding bikers came in and broke his. I think that's kind of where the fugitive started.
Well, exactly. But even in more modern cases, I mean, John Benet Ramsey.
Well,
I mean, that's 95, 96.
Right.
And, Boulder's a modern town, but, maybe had there been the surveillance in place on that Christmas Eve that we'd have, 30 years later.
Shit, that seems
might
like
have something.
almost the last of the ones that'll just never be
I
solved.
think that'll be solved.
You do?
John Ramsey has appeared at CrimeCon, and I've gotten to know him. And as a father and, as a guy who covers this sort of thing, my heart breaks for him because he and his wife and even his son were under such a microscope.
Mm-hmm.
And there was so poorly investigated that case was,
Mm-hmm.
and poorly prosecuted in the beginning.
Mm-hmm.
And there was a delay in testing this DNA that's been in existence for all these years. And he's said, look, I'll pay for it.
Mm-hmm.
But can you imagine being under that shadow as a parent who's grieving and can't get justice? Now, there are 2 or 3 suspects that people have always talked about in that case.
Well, one
And
of
I'm
them's
not
his son, right?
No, he came under scrutiny. But I'm convinced that no one in that family had anything to do
No, I'm saying as a parent, I have boy-girl twins.
Right.
If somebody murdered my daughter, then it would be horrific. But if somebody murdered my daughter and then
blamed
accused my son
Right.
or me of it, then it would go even further in the
Right.
horrific
And that's
department.
what happened here.
Right.
The son had nothing to do with it, nor did the father, nor the mother. This was an outside, I'm convinced it was an outside deal. And I think ultimately, I mean, he's out there beating the drum on this thing. He's close to 80 years old, I think. I mean, he's
Yeah,
keeps,
so it's been
keeps
30
pushing.
years,
Yes.
right? Right. Yeah, well,
I mean, you talk about a miscarriage of justice.
So, your theory, somebody broke in.
I think there were 2 or 3 possible suspects in the area who were predators, who had the criminal profile of somebody who could do this. And again, I'm not an expert on this case, but I've reviewed enough of it and talked to enough people and I've spent enough time with John to believe with some sense of certainty that it was an outsider who came in. It might have been stalking her. It might have been, somebody who was following her, somebody who was infatuated with this child, but who committed this crime. And the DNA has gone untested or not properly tested for 3 decades now.
Why is that?
They claim that it's because there was such a small amount left to test that if they didn't have the proper technology or anything went wrong, they'd lose the opportunity. So they want to save it until technology caught up with it. That's my understanding. John Ramsey has said, look, the technology is there now. And you're worried that you're going to be, that the culprit was here all along and you muffed this case. And so you're slow walking me, and there's been a change in leadership in the state and local law enforcement. Now's the time to do it.
The crazy case, I think it's the Chandra Levy case.
I remember that case well.
And I'll tell you the part
The congressman?
that I remember. Yeah, that was Gary Condit, I think.
Gary Condit?
The part that I remember most is, speaking of DAs, I think there was a female or somebody. It could have been the mayor, could have been the DA, could have been the whatever in D.C. But so Chandra Levy is an intern
For the congressman.
For the congressman, and they're
They
having
were
a
romantically linked.
liaison, and she goes jogging in the park and is never seen again. And then some point they find her body. Meanwhile, all attention turns toward the congressman, saying, "Well, this guy had her taken out because he was married, family, career, blah blah blah, lot to lose." They at some point found out that there was a guy who was in jail for pulling somebody off a jogging trail at the same park and raping them and trying to kill them by the side of the jogging trail. So that seemed like possibly that guy could have done it because that was his MO. And then at some point there's a press conference, and I've seen it, but I can't find it again, right? I don't know if it's the DA or the mayor or something, but they came out, they went, "Don't even think about this guy that's in prison."
Well, that was the guy who did it, though.
Yeah, I know.
He was convicted of the crime, ultimately.
I know, but the point is the DA and or the mayor had a presser to say, yes, there's a guy incarcerated currently who did the exact same thing to another female jogger, but don't even look that direction. We're going after Gary Condit. And I was like, are you guys interested in law
how about
enforcement?
justice here, you
Yes. And yes, it was and I think the guy may have been illegal too, which probably didn't help them in whatever theme they're
Well,
trying
I
to
don't
put
know
together.
if that was the same issue then that it is now.
No,
it was the Chandra Levy case was 97, 98.
It
something
was
like that.
nearly not what it is now, but it still wasn't, whatever their theme was, it wasn't good. It wasn't good for them, so they just sort of said, stay away and focus on this other thing. And it was a funny thing. I remember watching the presser like in real time, and they're going, don't even think about this guy. And I'm like, I'm thinking about it because
well,
it seems
the
like...
criminal math seems to add up. And in fact, ultimately, that was the guy, right?
Yep, that was the guy. And I don't know what happened to Condit, but I do know that when this all went down was also right around 9/11. And
I think it was just before.
He just got, but they made a big, whatever, he got swept
It was a
right
big
off
story.
the front page.
Yeah.
He just went,
It was a
everything went
huge
away.
Story. I was at Dateline at the time, and it was,
him and
every night.
Paula Poundstone.
Right. was
Remember
a big
that
story.
one?
Yeah, I do.
Right. They both had 9/11. 9/11 like blew them off the front page. She had a thing, and I don't know exactly what her thing was, but child endangerment, something slumber parties. You gave me a look. I gave you the look, Chris, because this is that's right. That's your bailiwick.
Right, yeah.
She had it was like she got drunk and drove, and the kids were in the car.
That's right.
And
I
so
don't think
there
it was a predatory thing. I think it was a child endangerment thing.
There was that, but there was also a kind of a slumber party part of the discussion as well. Like it wasn't just, she had a couple of pops at the Christmas party and they drove home. There was a sort of sexual component to it. What was Ingemar Guana? Huh? Let's see. Yeah, he's the killer, El Salvadorian. But anyway, what was the Paula Poundstone thing? Like, I know there was like some reckless endangerment thing. Like, basically, again, you get drunk and you drive and the kids in the car, which is like, all right, that doesn't have to be a career ender. But there was an other element to like adopted kids and had sleepovers. There's like a kind of an element.
I never covered that, but I remember what you're talking about. There was the drunk driving thing led to some other speculation about some other things. I remember that.
Yeah, let's just see if we can figure that.
I'm sure that's
one out. June 2001, comedian Paula Poundstone was arrested for driving under the influence, DUI, with foster children in the car. The charges led to a high-profile legal case. Her temporary loss of custody to her children, I guess adopted, period in rehab and significant disruption of a career. Yeah, that'll do that.
Yeah.
Details of the the incident and the legal outcome. So, was it just about driving?
I remember just the driving stuff in terms of the reporting I remember seeing on it, but there was some speculation about some other stuff, and I never reported on it, so I can't be sure.
Yes, charges she was initially charged with driving under the influence,
Right.
and lewd acts upon a child. That's the part that I seem to remember. The lewd charges with Poundstone's. She vehemently denied, were eventually dropped due to lack of evidence as part of a plea bargain. Yeah, the lewd acts part, that was the
Right.
part that seemed, that part seemed weird because if I got pulled over after drinking a few beers with my son in the car, I could see that part, but I wouldn't know where the lewd act part
Well,
kicked
I
in.
assume at some point the children who were in the car on the way to get ice cream after she had been drinking were interviewed without her present, as would be the normal procedure, and maybe something came up during that interview that raised suspicions about her relationship with those kids or some others. I would believe, and obviously whatever was said was never able to be proved.
Yeah, I just remember literally the day her case, or she was sentenced, or, the news day was 9/11.
Yeah.
And therefore, scrubbed from everyone's memory.
I mean, we didn't do any story but 9/11 for 4 months.
No.
I mean, that's all I did.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
Where were you on 9/11?
I was in Toronto. Talk about a story that got, buried for a while. I was on a story in Toronto. There was a Canadian airliner that had a fuel leak. And unbeknownst to the crew, they just saw a weight imbalance in the fuel tanks, and they turned the valve to put some fuel in the other tank, and it ended up bleeding the whole plane of any fuel. It was a Canadian airline, and there they are.
Because they bled it into the leaking tank.
They bled it into the leaking tank. So they're flying from Toronto to Lisbon, Portugal.
Wow.
And they're 30,000 feet in the air with no power.
Uh-huh.
So they pop the rat, which is the generator. And he circles it around and around and around and makes a dead stick landing at the Joint Use Air Force Base on the island of Terceira.
Dead stick is no power.
No power.
Right.
And nary a scratch.
Really?
But it was this amazing story that we were doing for Dateline. So we're in Toronto, and we got one more
So
day
they're
of shooting.
gliding at
They're
30,000
30,000 feet for 30 minutes. Before
What size, sir?
Is it A320, I think?
So big commercial craft. All right, or decent
People
sized
are, people
commercial.
are praying. People are, and I interviewed a lot of the passengers on there. And this pilot, this captain, did a phenomenal job. I mean, he saved all these people's lives, and we interviewed all the people who were involved in it. But that day was 9/11, and everybody, the rest of the crew, had gone out on the town. And for whatever reason, I said, "Nah, you guys go ahead." So I'm up early. I go for a run, and I'm drinking my coffee in the hotel room, and I'm watching the Today Show, and I see the video of the smoke pouring out of the World Trade Center. And Matt Lauer says, hey, something's happened here, and we're going to figure it out, and we'll get right back to you. Go to commercial break. I called the office. I said, what the hell's going on? I said, well, we think a pilot had a heart attack or something and crashed into the World Trade Center. Keep doing what you're doing. I was supposed to go from there to Denver on another story. And then I see the other tower get hit. I said, this is not. I said, this is an act of terror. I said, start heading towards New York. So go to the airport. They shut down airspace over Canada. I said to the producer, get a rental car, and we're just going to start driving. And we got to the point whether we were equidistant between Boston and New York, and I called in and I said, where do you want us? They said, go to Boston. 2 of the planes came out of Boston. We don't have anybody there to report. We've got plenty of people in New York, as overwhelming as it is. So we went to Boston for the first 2 days, reported from there, then took the train from Boston to New York, and just went to work every day covering it.
Do you know Seth MacFarlane's supposed to be on that flight, right? Did you hear that story?
I remember it now because you just said it.
Yeah, he went to the airport.
Yeah.
It wasn't, he canceled it a week earlier.
Those
He was
stories
waiting.
haunt me. Every air crash I've ever covered, there's always somebody who changes either to get on the fateful flight or miss the fateful flight.
He's sitting at the bar watching it after not making the flight and trying to get on the flight.
Wow.
Crazy, right?
Yeah.
We wouldn't have the Family Guy. Chris Hansen, everybody. True Blue, it's the network, and there's Takedown with Chris Hansen on True Blue, and then there's the podcast as well. And you can go have a seat with Chris Hansen. You can also just go to YouTube and Twitter at Chris Hansen as well.
Absolutely. Appreciate it.
Always a pleasure.
Always a pleasure to be here. I appreciate it.
We'll take a quick break. We'll do the news with Alicia Krause. You were talking about, but she
Sorry.
gets the Chevy Chase movie.
Yeah, the humor of it all.
Christmas, like she can get it.
Yeah.
Yes,
And
that's
she
nice.
chuckles at every scene.
Yeah.
And I actually was wondering, like, because my husband and I like to watch comedy,
Mm-hmm.
and I'm wondering, and actually you'd be the best person to help me with this. Like, what is a good,
that's enough for
somewhat
today,
clean
man.
intro into stand-up comedy for her, maybe?
Stand-up comedy.
Yeah.
Well,
like
I mean,
a comedy
we got
special,
like your
you
Nate
know?
Bargatze's of the
That's
world.
true, yeah.
I've done 3 dry bar specials now,
Yeah.
so those are clean.
Definitely get those.
All
Everything
right.
under
That
in
is
the
it
dry
for
bar.
today. This was interesting. Oh. I'm hungry.